like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
That is correct.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your dread. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. And to the things you said all night, I got it right. Each time I said all night, no, I just might. You make me sad all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me sad all night. I'm gonna stand all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Each time I said all night, no, I just might. You make me sad all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me sad all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Jose, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, they proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
all my people, I praise all the men. Way up ahead, I see the crowd of flashing blue red lights. I'd rather see the college outside
The NFL Week 2 round robin is live on the air. I am Stephen Murray. We are broadcasting from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, here in the United States of America. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network, and this is your early morning look as we continue all morning long at everything across the NFL wagering board. How's everyone doing? I hope you're having a nice weekend, pleasant weather down here in Virginia Beach. Hopefully you're having fun wherever you are in this wonderful, wonderful world. Despite what goes on a lot of times around here. Keep your heads up high, people, and stay strong. And let's have some fun today watching some football. If it's been a depressing week for you, let's try to get your mind off some things and try to pad those pockets with some cash today. And you know what? We're off to a decent start after week 1. I probably invested more than we usually do because it's week 1 and it's summertime. And you just have a million bets kind of leading in to the week 1. More so than you will any other week. I mean, you have so long to play things and sit around bored. Okay, let me just kind of throw this in the account for later type of mentality. And we get home and a couple things we talked about last week for sure. We'll call it a push because of the money spent in the money one. It's not like we did anything super crazy, but we will call it a wash at the end of the day. So at least we didn't get skunked. Bijan Robinson receiving yards, being the leading receiver in that game at 30-1 was a great payout for those who jumped on board that. And that's the one that kind of set the table for the day. Had a 2 touchdown score as well in the Sunday night game. 2 players to get a touchdown, that is. One with Zay Flowers and Keon Coleman. So a nice little payout for that on Sunday night as well. The Ant-Man's on fire. I mean, he's already won again. He had here's his strategy. He's been saving his profit boost for halftime on the Thursday night game. And he's been firing in 2 players at halftime and using that boost. And in the last 2 Thursday games now, he's 2-0 with big payouts, 4-digit payouts for him. So he is red hot to start the show. You'd be smart to listen to him, that's for sure. And then he wins the NASCAR race last night with Christopher Bell, and he went ahead and told us, jump on Bell. And I tried to. I was kind of veering away from the college football, trying to find the opportunity. But every time I looked up, Christopher Bell was off the board, and the Ant-Man gets home with a nice big winner on that one. So he's on fire to start the season. We'll pick his brain later on in the show, of course. I mean, if you want to count the Ant-Man as far as winning weeks on the show, then we're there. I mean, we are definitely 2-0 so far. If you take the stuff that he talks about and include the Thursday night action, all the more reason to have a Thursday show, to be honest. When we get where the studios are getting a little bit of a rehab, and we're going to be a little bit of a construction zone here for the next couple of weeks. So let's just kind of get through that, and then we're going to try to do some kind of Thursday show. And I would love to take it on the road for a Thursday night. I'm going to have some powwow discussions soon to see if we can't find a nice restaurant / bar establishment on the water and broadcast our show from there on Thursday evening. So that'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so what is our show about, you may ask, if this is your first time tuning in, and we're getting new viewers every week from the way that we see our views and the people who send us messages and stuff. we see a lot of new faces. So what is this show about? It's simple. It is to invest the minimum to make the maximum. And our strategy is frowned upon. Everyone out there in the wagering world, they'll tell you you'll never be able to win on a parlay. You're just not going to win. You can't do it. There's no way to make that sustainably profitable. But we're here to tell you otherwise. You can, the way these books are now, you can move lines around. You can, if you like a team to blow out another team, and that's part of the theory is that there are blowouts on every night. There's 80 different league. It doesn't matter. You can find 1 or 2 games in which it's going to be a blowout. I mean, that is every day you can find blowouts. And is the NFL a tough one to blow teams out? Yeah. But does it happen? For sure. And we try to identify the blowouts. And that could be a blowout in terms of a prop total. That could be blowouts in terms of a team just beating another team bad. It could be a blowout in terms of the team just solely to go over their point total. Okay, so there are blowouts in all different fashions if you want to really get into the deep definition of it. So what we try to do is move some lines around here, and we try to turn our $10, our $20, our $25 into $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. Okay, 10,000 or more, which the show has done. Okay, we've had a few 5-digit payouts, mid 5-digit payouts. So the theory is this: if you can say put down $10 to win $2,000 and you win, so now you have 200 times to lose before you're into the negative. So 200 times 10 is 2,000. So you have 200 more chances. If you get that 2,000 winner, right off the bat, let's just say, or even if you lose a bunch and then find, 50 tickets and then you win a 2,000, well, you lost 50 times in a row. You hit that $10 to win the 2,000 on the 51st try. Now you're up $1,500 profit anyway. So within those 200 times, we're going to find some more bets to win along the way. And that's how we become profitable here in the sports wagering business. Is it a painful strategy? Yeah, maybe a little bit. You got to have a little bit of thick skin for losing. And sure, I mean, if you want straight up bets, we have those for you as well. I mean, straight up last week, I said if you want to win 1,000 to get 1,000, then Tampa Bay was the Big Steve lock of the week, and that went ahead and hit home. We're 1-0 with the big pick. I'll come up with one of those later as well. So we'll try to cater to all needs here, conservative and liberal as far as moving lines and producing big giant payouts. And besides that, me as an early riser and a worker for many years on the weekends, just getting up and not having content to tune into at this early morning hour, unless it's a replay. I want some live stuff. Let's talk gambling. We got NFL in 6 hours. Let's start the tailgate and if you're like I've said before on this program, if you're going to the Home Depot or cooking for the kids or sitting on your patio on a beautiful morning with the paper, sipping on your coffee, or traveling the interstates, whatever the case may be, then you want to go ahead and put us on the audio, put us on the phone, put us on the TV, turn it up, do whatever you're doing, and listen and gain knowledge all morning long, as we will come up with a million different angles and a million different ways to go to try to make you have a profitable Sunday and ourselves. And really, we're trying to win ourselves. I mean, half this stuff I learn from my bets is by doing this show as well. Things I might not think of initially, and then it pops up as we go along. Other reasons why to listen to the show is just the pure experience of it all. 65 years combined experience on both sides of the sports book. That would be on the sports book management side. That would be on the player side as well. So 65 years of that. just me, and that's just me. We tend to know what we're talking about. And our supporting cast is very, very knowledgeable as well. Nephew Dave, he's been at least a gambler of 20 years or so that I've known of, watching games with him. The Ant-Man has been a fantasy expert wagerer for many years now. So he's on top of things. And then our guy, Dave Del Grande on the West Coast, who will pipe in here shortly as we have a nice, long, extended conversation with him, as always, on Sunday morning. He's MrFantasy.com. They're asking him to write columns about fantasy football back in the 80s. Okay, so a lot of knowledge by the personnel here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. The first thing that we do in the morning, and it was a fun day of college yesterday, if we want to just kind of recap that for a minute. And I'll get the latest weather report up here as well, as we had some rain last week. I think we're in the clear for the most part. But we'll get the latest lines, and we'll see where everyone stands right now, point spread wise. All right, we're looking ahead to next week already with the weather. Look at that. Okay, and we'll get the latest line, sports, the latest lines right now. So fresh lines for you right now and updated weather. And that's the first thing we do to check off the boxes in the morning. Then we'll go to Dave Del Grande. We'll talk with him. We'll come back. We'll do Survivor Pool. So everyone has an interest in that. I think most everyone survived last week, unless you were going way against the grain. Then you might have found some trouble. Otherwise, you should be decent in Survivor Pool. And then we'll get into the full picks segment with Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man. And we'll take you up until about noon Eastern Standard Time, all morning long, finding our best plays. And I got a bunch of them. We'll see if I can post a ticket or two for you guys as we talk with Del Grande. All right, and we'll come up with some tickets as we go with the art of making tickets this morning too. So a lot of fun to be had. Let's get to the NFL wagering for today, and then let's have some fun. Okay, first game on the board with the Ravens, minus 11.5 and 45.5. The weather at M&T Bank Stadium is 3.4 mile per hour winds, low humidity, 82 degrees, and a beautiful day in Baltimore for football at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The next game on the board is with the Rams in Nashville. They are laying 5.5 and 41.5 against the Tennessee Titans. Let's see here. Weather for Nissan Stadium today. Humidity is low 50s for the humidity. About a 15% chance of rain, and we're at 84 degrees, light winds in that Nissan Stadium. So conducive weather so far for some scoring for sure. I mean, we do have a nice day out there generally. We'll be indoors with the Bears and the Lions, minus 6.5 and 46.5 inside Ford Field. But if you're tailgating, know that you have a nice 73-degree, beautiful morning for that. Let's see. Next game on the board. Bills are 6.5 and 47.5 is the total there. And, it just really is a nice day. I mean, it's not hot. I mean, you almost think we could see some explosive scoring all across the board just because of how nice that the weather is. But some of these teams couldn't get out of their own way last week. I mean, if I have any kind of initial reaction of week one, is there are about 5 or 6 or 7 teams where I say to myself, what have you been doing for the last 7 months, as they hardly resembled any type of football team that's practiced at all. So let's see. The weather for this game with the Jets at MetLife Stadium, 79 degrees, 52% humidity, a very, very slight chance of rain. All right. The Giants and Cowboys -4.5, 44.5. This is a stadium that is generally, for the most part, closed. So no issues there. But if you're going to tailgate at AT&T Stadium, we have 89 degrees and 43% humidity. So it'll be warm outside anyway. It should be nice and comfortable on the inside. We'll see if those shadows through the windows play any kind of a effect. And man, do you notice the shadows at Indianapolis when they play a game in the afternoon there? I mean, it is interesting. It'll be interesting to see the shadows for the later game today, how they go. I mean, you're literally playing light into dark in some cases in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium. Okay, next game on the board. Fresh lines early on this Sunday. The 49ers -3 and 40.5. I haven't seen any major line movement yet that's really sticking out. So the Caesars Superdome will be a warm 87 degrees outside for your tailgating purposes. I'm sure probably a little bit cooler leading up into that 1 o'clock Eastern Standard kickoff. Next game on the board, weather-wise, New England and Miami. Now, everyone's been saying it's been going to be humid all week, but is it? Just 67% humidity, 85 degrees. So maybe not the worst, to be honest. 67% humidity is relatively dry. It's not quite as muggy as you might think it sounds like. So maybe a little bit of a break for New England. Miami, I didn't realize how bad their offensive line is in shambles. I mean, they're missing 3 guys, right guard, left tackle for that team this afternoon. So we'll see if Tua gets under siege in this one. No wins at Hard Rock Stadium, 3.4 miles per hour. Plenty to go on that game ahead as we go through the program. Jacksonville and Cincinnati, 3.5 and 49.5. Oh, man, Cincinnati laying that dreaded hook in a game which you feel like that can definitely come back to haunt you if you're going to bet the home side with the spread. I mean, that's a game, guys. You do not lay the 3.5. Buy it down to 2.5 if that's the way you want to go, or just do the straight money line with Cincinnati. 49.5 is the over-under. Humidity, 50%, 83 degrees. I feel like it's the same weather everywhere, right? I mean, it is just a beautiful forecast for this afternoon. Seattle and Pittsburgh, 1 o'clock Eastern kickoff there at the Steelers Stadium. What are they going to call this place now? Yes, Acrisure Stadium. Have we heard this morning before? 80 degrees, low humidity, no chance of precipitation. I mean, there's not clouds in the sky, these stadiums for the most part, in a nice weather day. Steelers 3, and the total in that game is at 40.5 right now. Okay, the later slate, we're indoors at a couple of spots. Indianapolis and the Cardinals. Indianapolis catching 2.5 now from Denver. Denver line, money going in the favor of Denver. So that's one of the major line movers overnight. 43.5 is the total there. And then Arizona -6.5 and 44.5 for the game there. 2 more games outside, 2 more games inside. Outside, we have Kansas City and the Eagles. Philadelphia -1.5 and 46.5 at Arrowhead. The weather for Arrowhead Stadium, 90 degrees, 40% chance of humidity. But it'll be later in the afternoon once the sun goes down a little bit. I'm sure it cools off and it won't be quite the 90 degrees that they're saying. 83 degrees for your tailgate, no humidity in Indianapolis. We're inside with Minnesota and Atlanta tonight. 3.5, 44.5, the line there. Low humidity, 83 degrees. Total Tomorrow night in Houston, we are inside, low humidity, warmer temperatures, but we're at night, 88 degrees there in Houston, and then Vegas indoors as well. Actually, so I was kind of wrong. We had 3 indoor games, 1 outdoors for those last 4. 90 degrees, only 11% humidity in Las Vegas. That is very dry. Woo, my dry skin would need all kinds of oil and lotions to survive out there. All right, so no weather issues, plenty of nice weather. None of that's going to be a concern. If anything, that promotes some of these games to go over more so than I was thinking maybe. I do have some games I feel like that are dead unders, but I might have to rethink that a little bit. I'm going to play it for backup, and but I might kind of shift positions on a couple of things, particularly like with the Rams. I mean, the Rams scored 35 points. That game's going over the total. They're going to win 35 to 10. So it'll be interesting to see what the crew thinks about some of these things this morning, and we'll come up with all kinds of good wagering angles. Okay, so that's your updated line. That's your updated weather. And the thing that we should do now is queue up our man, Dave Delgrandy. We'll have our Sunday morning coffee conversation. We're going to find some of the best plays on the board with him, see what he likes, catch up with him, and we'll get the rest of the crew in here a little bit later on. So our man, Dave Delgrandy, comes to us from Castro Valley, California. He is with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He is MrFantasy.com himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors, but he is, like I said, has been writing about fantasy football since the 80s in the newspaper. And he's a contributor to Deadspin as well. So let's pick the ever knowledgeable brain on week 2 with our man on the West Coast from Castro Valley, California, Dave Delgrandy. It comes as no shock. I mean, really, to be honest. Week 1 can always be a little bit sloppy. I mean, we even predicted a lot of the sloppiness. If I have a big regret is I didn't bet on some of the sloppiness even more. I mean, I had a feeling all the late games were going to go under the total. But just beyond that a little bit, I couldn't help but to feel that although a lot of teams didn't perform well last week out of the gate, I just had that general feeling of almost unpreparedness. Like, what have you been doing for the last 5 months kind of type of deal? I mean, there are teams that literally did nothing. But I guess not uncommon for week 1, right?
Well, I think maybe what we underestimated was that, defenses have gotten better in the NFL in terms of better athletes covering people, better athletes rushing quarterbacks. I mean, the 2 probably most important positions on defense, are cornerbacks and the edge rushers. And if you can put pressure on the other team's quarterback, they can look real sloppy. And if you can cover the receivers down the field, then what do? Then you start throwing a lot of short passes, and you're not moving the ball 3 and out. You're punting. It's like, well, gee, if we had played these guys in the preseason, maybe they would be more in sync. And while that's true, I'm not sure that was, the big reason why there was, kind of a boring day. Is that I just think the defenses at this point are ahead of the offenses.
Right. And we had a Thursday night game already with Green Bay and Washington. Obviously, we're not going to make the greatest picks at times week 1, but you did like the Lions. As Green Bay, is that one of those defenses? They look really good out of the gate. And even when I figured they would have a pretty decent season, they look like they are definite contenders really at this very, 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 very beginning point. But I get it. It's a tough deal for Washington to kind of go on the road on Thursday night after that Week 1 game, and they didn't exactly look crisp in their win. But Green Bay, is that a good surprise for you here so far out of the gate?
It is a surprise, and I guess it just speaks to the power of one guy. You know, I mean, you add LeBron James to your basketball team. I guess you'd be foolish not to expect that team to be a title contender, regardless of what that team is. And that's kind of what Green Bay added. I mean, they added, arguably the best defensive player in the league at a position I talked about a minute ago is a disruptive position. And now all of a sudden, if he's commanding two guys to block him, or the back to stay in to block, or a tight end to stay in, it affects everything about the other team's offense. I think Green Bay looks great. I mean, if I had to put a power rankings together at this point, I'm not sure I wouldn't put them number one. But the one point that we have to remember is they have played both these games at home. And so, I mean, while they played two elite teams, okay, let's send them out on the road and play a comparable team before we anoint them as being better than the Eagles or better than the Lions or what have you. So yeah, but how can you not be impressed, with what they've done so far? Even the quarterback, I think, has looked really good. And a lot of that has to do with the line play in front of them. Green Bay likes to throw the ball down the field. They've got a lot of speedy, quality receivers on the outside. And when the quarterback has time to throw, then he can look really good. And so far, he's looked really good. They lost one of the receivers to an injury. They've already got one, Watson, who's sitting out for half the season because he's hurt. So that's certainly not going to help them. But they've stockpiled a lot of receivers, so I think they'll be fine there. But like I said, before are they a Super Bowl contender at this point? I would say definitely yes. But before I move them to the top of the heap there in the NFC, show me a nice road win, and then I'll be more convinced.
Yeah, they'll have a chance here. They got some decent games, but winnable. I mean, they could start 6-0 out of the gate. They do have their bye week early, which will make things interesting. And obviously, now Jake Reed, collarbone. I mean, that's going to throw a little bit of a wrench into things, although they look like they have plenty of depth. Kraft looked really good. Tucker Kraft. I mean,
yes, he does.
He's going to emerge like that, then that could be trouble for sure. Other side of the coin, Miami just, every time I looked up, they didn't have the football. The Colts had the ball. Your guy Warren did great. Him and Pittman owned the day on targets. And it was interesting going through the Week 1 target shares. But Miami, that was kind of like the record scratching off the turntable with the loud shrieking noise. That was not good.
No, that was terrible, and it was consistent with what we saw there last year. So much of what happened last year, obviously, was considered to be a result of the quarterback getting hurt, and then Miami being totally unprepared to play a backup quarterback. And then it all fell apart on them. But, and now in retrospect, you wonder if their problems aren't bigger than just the quarterback position. They were dominated in that game. And right from the get-go, I don't know, I didn't see a team there that really believed in itself. I mean, with Miami, with their offense, with their offensive weapons, when the other team goes down the field and scores, they should be jumping for joy because we're getting the ball, and this is what we do well. We got Tyreek Hill on the outside. We got Waddle on the other outside. We got one of the most electrifying running backs in Achane. We got a quarterback who's dependable when he's healthy. I mean, it's like, give us the ball. We're going to come right back and score on you, and then we'll eventually wear you down in the end. But I just didn't see that. I mean, Indy scored right away, and Miami got the ball. They're like, oh, let's run it up the middle one time, and let's throw it incompletion, and let's get sacked. And it was like, you've got to be kidding me. And that was embarrassing. I mean, frankly, if teams could fire their coach after 1 week, I think this guy would have been a great candidate for that. And if this keeps up, there's no way he's going to be there on November 1st.
Yeah, he won't survive September. I mean, if he goes 0-4.
Right.
If they lose bad to the Patriots, I mean, honestly, would it shock you after week 2?
It would not shock me if they look. I mean, if they lost a tough one, a field goal at the end or whatever. Okay, you know what? Let's not panic. But they come out and lose this game, and just if they're entertaining, that's one thing. If they lose this game 27-24, all right, you know what? I'll buy tickets to the next Dolphins game. They're kind of fun to watch. They got a good offense, But if they lose this game, 24-10 or something, where they're just as boring and lifeless as they were the first week, no, it would not shock me at all if they made a move.
And let's see, Russell Wilson, we're going to have to make a move there maybe sooner than later, especially if this gets ugly this week. I mean, they're on blowout watch to me this week against the Cowboys on the road in Dallas, but another no-show team, the Giants, last week. Yeah,
that's I don't understand, with the quarterback situation there. I mean, Russell Wilson, I'm a fan. I appreciate, acknowledge all the great things he did in Seattle, but this is not the same guy anymore. I mean, this is a guy who should have retired 3 or 4 years ago. And then he goes to New York and they play the preseason, and man, Dart looked good. And they're scoring points, and the fans are into it. I mean, I think if you polled Giants fans, even during the preseason, who should our quarterback be? I would guess 85% would have gone with Dart. If you polled them now, I think 98% would say Dart. I don't know what they're waiting for. That first game was really bad. And was it all the quarterback's fault? Well, I mean, it was a lot of the quarterback's fault. And when you put the young guy in there, I just think it gives everybody a little bit more energy, especially your top player. I mean, already your top wideout is complaining about how things are going. And it's one game into the season. I mean, you got to keep people like that happy. I think that, I'm shocked. I'm shocked they haven't made a change already. I don't know what they're waiting for, because this is a winnable game for them. I mean, if you look at their scheduled start of the year, you would say, all right, tough matchup in week 1, but let's go out and score some points and create some, positive vibes, which they did not do. And then you come back in week 2 and you're playing at Dallas. It's like, you know what? We can go to Dallas and win that game. And Dallas is not strong defensively. But yet, after what happened in week 1, does anybody have confidence that New York can score 17 points in this game with the quarterback they had in there? I mean, I certainly don't. And that has nothing to do with me thinking Dallas is any good. It's just, I mean, they're giving a game away, I think, this week by not putting the young quarterback in there. I think they could go to Dallas and win this game with Dart in there rather than Wilson.
Well, let's just stick on that game. That's not going to be on our general cast of characters that we pick, nor I don't expect it to be the super shootout unless you do. But I mean, I would put I would put the Giants on alert here. I mean, if Dallas can play like they did in Philadelphia and just get some third down stops, well, you got to figure it'll be easier to do that against Wilson than Jalen Hurts. Then Dallas can win this game by multiple scores. You think?
Yes. I don't think Dallas is the better team here necessarily. But, I certainly think they're the better offensive team, given Wilson starting. And Dallas, Dallas's top player, Lamb, has a little chip on his shoulder.
Yeah,
now.
I like
He
him
made
this
some
week.
Big time drops.
Right.
But the encouraging thing about that game was they kept throwing him the ball. And that's a good thing for Dallas. I mean, when you got a guy like that, when you got Jefferson or Chase or guys like this, keep throwing them the ball and good things will happen. Yeah, he dropped a couple that last game, but that just means the next game he's probably not going to drop them. And he felt bad about it, you could tell. But yet, the encouraging thing was the concern with Dallas is their quarterback good enough? And I mean, if there was anything positive that came out of the drop passes, was that they were good passes. The quarterback did his job in that last game, and if he can continue to do his job, with this new weapon that they didn't even really use on the other side, I think Dallas could be a very good offensive team, and that's why I think for New York to compete in this game, they're going to have to score at least 24 points or maybe even upper 20s in order to compete. And I mean, let's be honest, last week they didn't play the greatest defensive team in the league, and they did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And why would this week be any different? I don't know. To answer your question, if Wilson starts this game, Dallas should definitely be a strong favorite.
Right now, 4.5. I think that's way too late for me. This might be a trend. I really think we might see some flexing of the muscles here. We'll see what you think as we go along. Let's touch on one other team, and that's your Jets, who were in the highest scoring game of the week, or the second highest scoring game. And it's kind of funny when I was talking to the other guys on the show. I was like, buyer beware of this under. This could be every bit of 35-34. And I did not bet that correct score either way. And it was 34-32. And I was yelling to myself, don't land 35-34. I don't want to live with that for the rest of the day. But we'll get to Rodgers and the Seahawks in a minute, because I got thoughts on that. But your Jets, the chaotic Justin Fields, they're at least able to move the ball. And at least for now, is Breece Hall a little bit greater than Braylon Allen, although he does get his opportunities down by the goal line. But your Jets, at least fun to watch anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Jets, have some offensive weapons, and for the life of me, I don't really understand why Hall had such a bad year last year. I mean, expectations were so high, and he did so poorly, relatively, to the point where, as you said, I mean, there was talk about him splitting carries with Allen this year. It's like, wow, has he dropped? I mean, he was a fantasy first-round pick or second-rounder, last year. And yeah, I mean, he was bad, but is he really that bad? And I was pleasantly surprised to see how much use he got. 19 carries in that game, 4 targets, which is I think they could use him more out of the backfield. And then Wilson on the outside, is to receivers what Hall is to running backs. I mean, a very talented guy, a top 10, maybe even top 5, skill-wise receiver. So it comes down to Fields. I mean, can he continue to produce, as he did last week? I don't know. I mean, he certainly looked good in last week. And when you've got these two weapons, one pass catching and one running the ball, and then the way that he runs the ball, the Jets have the ability to, to move the ball on you in a variety of ways. So, I mean, I don't know that they're going to score in the 30s every game, but, certainly Fields, inject some life into this team. And I think that's great. I think that, this week's game is going to be very interesting because, Buffalo obviously coming off a similar game to where, the offensive fireworks in that game against Baltimore was incredible. I mean, forget, about the comeback and the finish and what have you. Just that game, in and of itself, wow, what an entertaining game. And, he got arguably the two most entertaining teams in the AFC based on week one, going head to head here. I'd watch this game if it were on.
Yeah, it's definitely on my list of fun candidates. We'll get to that. We'll throw it on the list and kind of rank the higher scoring games here. Let's pick some games. Let's do it. Let's get to our characters first, and then we're going to pick out whatever fun games we have left over on the board. And we're kind of spread out all over the place, all the way from 1 o'clock Sunday Eastern Standard Time, 10 o'clock Pacific Time, all the way through the late game, 10 o'clock Eastern, right, on Monday night. So, yep, late game for us on Monday. We'll see if I can stay up. That's a good game. Hopefully I can stay up for that. But our cast of the characters, we'll start in Tennessee with the Titans and the Rams. The Rams right now are 5.5, 41.5. And looking back at last week, Tennessee had every opportunity to try to win that game. We had some Calvin Ridley drop balls. Our guy Cam Ward never ran the ball at all. They probably would have been better suited if you tried to scramble and move the ball a little bit better for Tennessee, but that never happened. Every other quarterback we thought that would run the ball basically did. So he was the odd man out on our equation there. If you would have told me that the Rams get held to 14 points at home, that they'd probably lose that game to Houston, but their defense is good enough to hold Houston down to 9 points. We'll talk about them later. And Kyron Williams, enough to just get by Houston. And here we are, 1-0 with Los Angeles. You figured maybe they'd we were hoping for a higher scoring game, but Matt Stafford didn't play any of the preseason, and we know how that goes for quarterbacks week one, even as experienced as him, and maybe injury unknown a little bit still. But this game in Tennessee, Dave, I think has all the makings of a whitewashing here. I mean, we have the better coach with Los Angeles. We saw some coaching mistakes on the part of Callahan last week for Tennessee. We have the better quarterback, more experienced. We have plenty of offensive firepower for Los Angeles. We have a defense. They're laying less than a touchdown, 5.5. 41.5 is the total here. I wouldn't be shocked if it goes over, but if it does, that's mainly going to be because the Rams put up so many points. We see how good they do when they do travel east. They are a higher scoring team, it seems like, than when they play at home. But Tennessee is, I think, in for a little bit of a world of hurting here with the Rams. I think this is a survivor pick. If you want to go ahead and get the Rams out of the way. And Tennessee is going to have to take their lumps a little bit, I think. That was an opportunity to win last week. They didn't do it. I get it. You're going to have some home field here. And, I don't know if that's the best home field advantage in the universe in Nashville. But the Rams, that's just a seasoned enough veteran team here in a week 2 scenario to be able to win this game by multiple scores. So Rams survivor pool, Rams props, Rams whatever, team points, lay the spread. To me, this is one-way traffic for Los Angeles. And this is one of the better plays of the weekend, I think, to me.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I mean, if you look at it just from an overview, you have arguably a division favorite, certainly a team that's expected to make the playoffs in one conference, playing what could very well be the worst team in football, or projected to be one of the worst teams. And you look at the schedule, you would say, all right, from the get-go, you look at the schedule and say, well, there's an easy one for us. And why isn't it going to be that way? I mean, I don't see Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee's gone and put their young quarterback in there, which is fine. And that comes with growing pains, especially against good defensive teams. And unfortunately for Tennessee, they come right out of the gate with a tough matchup on the road against a really good defense. And now, you get your home opener against another good defense. So it's not easy for Ward to ease into the season here. I wouldn't be surprised if he struggled again. I agree with you that I'm shocked he didn't run the ball at all last week, because for a young quarterback who's struggling, find a way to move the chain on 3rd and 8, scramble for a couple of first downs, and just give yourself a little momentum, rather than swinging the ball to the back or the tight end over the middle for 5 yards and now you punt. So I expect a low-scoring game here, especially on Tennessee's side. I can't imagine the Rams could possibly lose this game, and yet your line there is less than a touchdown, which is kind of head scratching a bit. Just think it's an overreaction to Week 1, where the Rams played a tough opponent, and were able to come away with a win. And Tennessee, also played a tough opponent and were competitive, but they found a way to lose. So I just think the Rams will find a way to win this game, and probably pretty easily. I think they should be able to grind out something in the neighborhood of 27-10 or 24-13 or something. It's going to be not good viewing, I don't think.
All right. Any props here? I mean, Kyron looks fairly simple to get a touchdown, but he's minus 180. But he was someone you could definitely just throw on a ticket regardless, I guess.
Well, I mean, the way that I see this game playing out, I got to believe he's going to be the most popular ball handler. Because the Rams, for the coach and the quarterback and the receivers, whatever, they're a conservative team. They'll run the ball when given the opportunity, and I got to believe they'll have that opportunity this week. I would look for Williams to have, upwards of 15 carries, maybe even 20. I think he's a candidate to go over 100 yards. And I think he'd be the most logical guy for the Rams to score a touchdown. But as I've talked about many times before, I have a hard time playing a touchdown scorer in a game that I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of points. It's possible the Rams in this game will only score 2 touchdowns. I wouldn't be laying $1.80 trying to predict that it's going to be Williams scoring one of them. Although if I had to pick someone as their most logical TD scorer, it would be him. I'd give him a shot to rush for over 100 yards this week.
Plus 240 for 100 yards.
There you go. That's good.
That's a good number. Baseline, if you wanted to go to conservative route, 74.5.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference? Yeah, I mean, right. If it's a close game, then he probably doesn't get to that number, because then you're throwing the ball more often. But if it's as I expect, where the Rams are ahead at halftime by even if it's 10-3 or 13-6 at halftime or whatever, to where the Rams see, all right, these guys aren't going to be scoring on us. Let's just grind it out, not take any chances, not put our quarterback at risk. He's already gotten hurt, earlier in the year. Let's just grind it out with Williams, and because we know we can. And if they're ahead the whole second half, I just see him getting those extra 5 or 6 carries
Right.
that are going to give him an additional 20 to 30 yards. And instead of his total being in the 70s, well, now you're over 100. So that's the way I see this game playing out.
Let's just milk away the clock with Kyrie in third and fourth quarter, and we'll fly home to Los Angeles with an easy win. Okay? Easy enough. See, that's how simple it is, folks, out there. Let's see. Next game on our list. This is fascinating to me. Because I'm not convinced after 1 week that the Saints are the worst team in the league. In fact, they have a decent amount of talent. And right before the game, I was like, you know what? Give me a piece of Juwan Johnson at a big number to get a touchdown. And that actually came through. 11 targets for him, 8 for 76. I think we forget how decent he can be even for the perceived Spencer Rattler not being a good quarterback type of player. And I'm not so sure with the injuries here that the Saints don't have the better talent on the field in this game, to be honest. They're catching 3. Over-under's 40.5. Kittles is gone for multiple weeks. So our 6 touchdown ticket isn't going to be a fan of that. That's for sure. And now we have Mac Jones enter the equation, who played okay with a chip on his shoulder last season for Jacksonville when he came into relief duty. But, he definitely took some losses as well. It's almost a wash to me at quarterback here. And I guess it's going to come down to McCaffrey and Kamara, maybe. And I guess you trust the coach for San Francisco more in this scenario as well. But I'm not so sure the better talent isn't on the Saints, to be honest. Man, what a ballsy survivor pick it would be to take New Orleans in this scenario, because you can never maybe use them again. I guess the moral of the story of this is I'm not convinced the Saints are the worst team in the league. And this is a very good spot with San Fran with all the injuries. You're out there, you know more about the team. You got a better pulse on them than me. So maybe I'm overreacting some. But tough road for the 49ers out here.
Well, while I might know something about the 49ers, to me, this game comes down to the Saints, and I don't share your enthusiasm at all.
Okay.
They have to have, I would say they have the worst quarterback in the league. And yet 46 passes last week. I mean, they are not going to win if this guy's throwing 46 passes. Now, like you said, the tight end, he was smart enough to throw the ball to the tight end about a quarter of those passes. And they do have Olave on the outside, who is, a top 10, top 15 kind of receiver.
He got targeted.
They do have some weapons, but they don't have a quarterback that I see. I mean, I think that if Rattler were on the 49ers going for a job this preseason, Mac Jones would have gotten the job ahead of him. And I think that going from Purdy to Mac Jones is going to be very interesting, because I've talked a lot about this in the past, that I don't understand why NFL teams don't have a similar style backup as their starter, so that when one guy goes down, you just plug in the other guy and you don't need to change your game plan at all.
Right.
But that's what the 49ers have here. I don't think you're going to notice the difference between Purdy and Mac Jones. I really don't. I think Purdy, he does a lot of good things, but he doesn't have. There's a reason he wasn't quarterback in Alabama or Ohio State, in college. He doesn't have that, the kind of athleticism, the kind of arm, that someone like Mac Jones would have. And Mac Jones is every bit as a smart quarterback as Purdy is, and that's what you need to be under Shanahan. So I just have way more confidence that the 49ers, as depleted as they are, will be able to move the ball on the Saints than I do that the Saints are going to be able to move on the 49ers. That's the 49ers win last week. While it wasn't real pretty, it was one of those wins they really needed to get, because it's the type of, if you look at the 49ers schedule, you can point to, wow, they could win 12 of these games. Now, they're not going to win 12 games, but if you know, every time they beat a team like Seattle, it just checks a box that, you know what, that was a team we thought we could beat, and we did it. Now we go to New Orleans, and this is a team we think we can beat. Let's get another check mark. And that's how it's going to add up. You look at the 49ers and their win total for the year is like 10.5 or something. Like, there's no way they have the personnel to win 10.5 games, but they have the schedule to win 10.5 games. And that's kind of what this is all about. It's not about how good the 49ers are, not how bad the Saints are. And this is a game where they, I mean, if you looked at the 49ers schedule before the season started and say, you know, pick me out 5 games in here where you're sure they're going to win. Well, this would definitely be one of them. And there was nothing about last week that would change any of that. Yeah, the 49ers didn't look great, but they got the job done against a better team than they're going to play this week. And the Saints didn't look terrible, but they managed to not win their game either, as we expect it's going to happen this season. So you mentioned McCaffrey. I think they got to lean very heavily on him. Not just, you've got this quarterback who has, as good as I think he's going to be, or adequate anyway. It's a whole lot easier flipping the ball out to your tight end and to your running back than it is throwing the ball downfield. Now, you don't have Kittle as that safety valve, so that means even more passes to McCaffrey. And last week, he went into the game with somewhat of a question mark. He hadn't been practicing, and you'd never know it. I mean,
he killed his receiving prop. Yep, we did good on that.
Right? Yeah, he didn't. He didn't have a great breakout week, but he did get all the carries, or vast majority of them. And to me, that was a good sign. That was a sign that the coach thinks he's healthy, and McCaffrey has said he's healthy. Are we going to see that again this week? I don't know why we wouldn't. I mean, the coach, he has one less weapon in, or two. He doesn't have his quarterback anymore. He doesn't have his tight end anymore. Still doesn't have Ayuk, playing on the outside. So what do you do? Well, just keep handing it to McCaffrey, keep swinging it to him. So I think he's going to be very, very busy.
I got a first quarter number of 19.5 rushing yards for McCaffrey.
Well, my feeling on first quarter plays. It comes down to who wins the toss. I mean, if you lose the toss, you only get one possession in the first quarter. And, would you bet that he's going to be 20 yards or more on the only possession they get in the first quarter? Nobody does that. Especially if, instead of getting 5 carries on the drive, you only got 3 because they passed the ball to you twice. So if it were total yards, I'd feel better about it. But again, still, if they get the ball twice, that's a good play. If they get the ball once, I certainly would take it.
40.5 is the over-under. So this is an under game all the way, correct?
You would think so.
Yeah.
But like I said, and this is similar to the Rams in Tennessee. I just don't see any reason. There's less reason for the 49ers to put the ball at risk than there is for the Rams. At least the Rams have a veteran quarterback and all the receivers playing. In the 49ers case, they don't have their quarterback. They don't have all the receivers playing. So why are we throwing the ball at all? So again, I think that to me, while there's going to be a lot of attractive McCaffrey plays in this game, even like a 2-touchdown thing, I think he's got to catch a lot of balls this week. I mean, I just see a backup quarterback who's smart, and he's not going to risk things down the field, doesn't have the receivers anyway. Doesn't even have his tight end. Let's just flip it out to McCaffrey 7 or 8 times. So I think he's going to be going to have a lot of catches. I think he's going to have a lot of receiving yards. He might even have more receiving yards than rushing yards. And so that to me would be the most attractive play in this game.
All right, let's see. McCaffrey for 2 touchdowns is 3-1, but receiving wise, baseline 34.5.
And how many catches?
Let's see, catches. 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be absolutely shocked. By the end of our discussion here, we may be looking back on, let's go back to the revisit the McCaffrey thing. That's the best play on the entire board. 4.5 catches. I'm reminded of, Warren last week when I was rooting for him to catch passes, and they threw the ball to him, 3 times in the first 5 plays of the game. I wouldn't be surprised if McCaffrey has 2 catches on their first drive, and bang, you're basically halfway there, and that's going to be the game plan all game long. So I think 4.5 catches is an absolute lock, and I would also play the 34.5 as well. I mean, those are 2 very strong plays, but I think the 4.5 is the better one.
Okay, so we'll add that to the Kyron Williams 100-yard ticket, correct? McCaffrey over 4.5. Okay, we're up to almost 6-1 on those 2. All right. Next play on the board. Sticking at the early window on Sunday. Okay, this is another game, and this is more of a hunch and a game plan preseason as well coming together, all in one perfect storm scenario. I was looking for teams to just kind of generally fade out of the gate, and Seattle is definitely on that list here. They're going to come across country and kind of have the, under the radar Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, and, everyone saw what Rodgers has done the last couple of seasons, which has been nothing. Granted, one of those he was hurt, but we saw the letdown season he had for the Jets. So he's left a bad taste in all the gamblers' mouths. And here he is on his new team, Pittsburgh. And the hunch is that, why not, Rodgers and the Steelers just off to a good start here. They get Seattle at home, which helps them tremendously in this early time window, I believe. This is just going to be another game in which I think if you wanted to take the Steelers and Survivor, you could. If you wanted to take Pittsburgh to win on some sort of alt line to win by multiple scores, I think you can. I think as bad as the Steelers' defense kind of looked last weekend, I'm willing to say that's a little bit of a mirage because your Jets play just such a unique type of style. And I think someone with, a team more like with a Sam Darnold, almost statuesque type of quarterback. Not quite the Fields scrambler, although Darnold will run a little bit. I'm just going to give the Steelers a pass on their defensive effort last week. I don't think this sets up well for Seattle at the end of the day. And, I mean, we're talking about locks of the week. And you just mentioned one with McCaffrey over 4.5 yards. I mean, Rodgers is the kind of guy, say, okay, DK, let's rub it in their face a little bit. Not only maybe for a touchdown, which I think is probably a lock, but 2. I think you can put DK Metcalf on your 2 touchdown list this week. Rodgers brilliant through the air last week. And, they got something good going. Steelers, a little bit of a tough loss. I mean, the Seahawks, a little bit of a tough loss. Going to make that trip across country. I just don't think this is a good spot for them. I'm going to lay the points with Pittsburgh. I'm going to move that line to a greedy alternate number, and I'm going to look at the DK to get force-fed the ball a little bit because maybe in a normal world, that's not the right formula, but this is Aaron Rodgers we're talking about, a little bit more arrogant type of personality. So I think he makes that happen. And I won't be surprised if the Steelers continue the trend of just having this hot start out of the gate. So give me the Steelers, and we won't call for the outright blowout, but we can win this game by multiple scores, I think, here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't share your enthusiasm for this game, and I'll keep it short because I really don't have a strong feeling for this game. But I think Seattle way better defensively than you give them credit for. And 49ers had a tough time passing the ball last week. They were very lucky to win that game. Even that last pass that Purdy threw in the end zone to the backup tight end, threw it right to a Seattle guy. Who, if we had been paying closer attention, could have easily jumped up and intercepted it. It was thrown right to him, but he just stood there and let the Hans jump in front of him and catch it. A ball that, if were intercepted like it should have been, people were looking at Purdy like, what are you doing? We kick a field goal, we go to overtime. Why are you throwing this desperation pass? But that's kind of the way it was with the 49ers last week. Granted, they're not a great passing team, but they didn't move the ball well at all through the air against Seattle. I think Seattle is a above average defensive team. I wouldn't be surprised if they traveled well because of that. And I don't know what to think of Pittsburgh. I mean, that was a nice game last week, but in the end, it was against the Jets, and a game that they really almost lost, which would have been. Maybe we'd be looking at them a little bit differently.
Right.
They lost that game, and they easily could have lost that game. Right. So, I'm going to pass on this game all the way around, but I'm not going to be surprised if Seattle wins this
game. Okay. And I'm as far as Seattle defensively, yes, there's a good chance I could definitely be underrating them for sure. Okay. Next on the list, it'll be interesting to get your take here. Denver and the Colts. We go to the later window. Denver minus 2.5, 43.5. They didn't look super great. They didn't cover the spread against Tennessee last week. They are known for their great defense, and Bo Nix can take that great second step here in year two. Then this team can be off and running. Courtland Sutton to get involved, so I did like that for my own personal needs. And your Colts with Warren, you called it right off the bat. And they looked like, I don't know, they looked like the Super Bowl champions, to be honest, last week. They played that good. Every time I looked at that game, they had the ball. So maybe a little bit of a rebirth for Danny Dimes. This is a very interesting game. We'll see. I think we'll learn a lot more about both of these teams this week. As far as an angle goes, it seems like Warren was definitely targeted, and there was Pittman, and then everyone kind of in a third group after that. And I don't know, maybe a little bit of a sophomore slump for Bo Nix. This is an intriguing game. I'm not sure I have a super good feeling on it yet. I'm still waiting for those vibes to kind of translate that through to me. So for now, I just feel like the spread and the over-under is probably right around the number. I guess we could get some points here. We could have a later in the day kind of high-scoring game here. So give me something on this one.
No, I agree with you. I think this is a very tough game. It's kind of similar to the two games we've talked about, is that you have the better team traveling and, not necessarily coming off of, of all cylinders go kind of performance. And you wonder, what's that about? Are they just slow out of the gate, or are they not as good as we thought, or what? And now they go, the first two teams we talked about, go up against poor opponents. And so you would think, well, no matter, even if they aren't firing on all cylinders, you'd think the Rams are going to beat Tennessee. You think 49ers are going to beat the Saints. But this isn't, this opponent is a lot better than those other two opponents. And, Daniel Jones if nothing else, he puts a conservative spin on the Colts. They're going to throw short passes. They're going to run the ball with Taylor. And I think they're going to try to overpower teams that they can overpower. I don't know that Denver's one of those teams. I think Denver's defense is better than Indy's offense in this game. And I'm not sure Denver's offense, based on what we saw last week, is really humming. I mean, crying out loud, we heard a lot about their rookie running back and how he was going to change things for them. And next thing you know, Dobbins is carrying the ball 16 times.
Right.
So, it's like I don't think Denver's offense is like I said, it has reached that level that we saw at the end of last year. And Indy's defense last week certainly put up a great game. Now I'll blame Miami's offense for part of that, but not all of it. I don't know. I think it's a very tough game to pick. I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way. I would be surprised if it turned high scoring, because then, it's high scoring. I mean, something went wrong. Somebody made some big mistakes, and I don't think Indy's making those mistakes this year. They can play very conservatively. They can throw the ball to their tight end 10 times. We know Taylor's fully capable of carrying the ball 20 times. Jones keeps the chains moving with the way he runs, and that just takes more off the clock. I see low-scoring game here, and I don't really see, I can't pick one way or the other here.
Yeah, 2017, 23-17, something like that. Wouldn't shock me.
I'd even be shocked if it got that high.
Right.
I mean, I just don't see where the scoring is going to come from. I mean, Knicks threw 40 passes last week against the Titans, and yet they scored 19 points.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't score 20, right, in that game. Something wrong there.
Right.
And then for all the points that Indy scored, it was all on long, grinded out drives that you can do against demoralized, type of team, a team that you can overpower. I can't imagine they're going to get a lot of 10-play drives against Denver's defense.
Right.
So I think touchdowns are going to be very hard to come by in this game.
I guess it depends if the roof's open or closed. And I don't know if you noticed this. And it has to have some kind of an effect. But those shadows are very, very strange in that stadium when they open that roof and it's a sunny day outside. I mean, you have shadows all over the place in all kinds of different directions. Did you notice that?
No.
Okay.
No. We don't get a lot of Indy games here.
All right.
We get only Indy women's basketball games.
All right. Okay. Still fishing for some good plays here. Will we find it in this game? Carolina, another team that just laid a complete dud. What have you been doing the last 5 months, Carolina Panthers? And Arizona, they just kind of scooted by those poor, lonely old Saints that I'm going to try to vouch for being a little bit better than advertised for. But the Cardinals, we did get that right. Connor and Kamara got into the end zone. They didn't yield the yardage that we would have liked. But at least they both scored. And you figure much of the same by Arizona. Let's just kind of, and maybe all the games we've kind of talked about, let's just do enough if we can to shut down the Panthers and get this win at home. 44.5 seems like a lot of points, considering what Carolina did last week. And out of all the target shares at receiver, Carolina was the one team trying to figure it out, spreading the ball around to everybody that they possibly could, but to no avail there. I don't know. This has some ugly stench to it to me, and maybe about the same type of deal as last week. Let's let Connor get involved a little bit. We'll get Harrison involved a little bit. Let's not do anything stupid, and we can probably beat Carolina at home here Carolina just didn't look good. I mean, so I just don't have any optimism until I see it. Thus, Arizona, the slightly better team here. Do they cover the 6.5? I mean, I guess so, but I mean, 2017, 17-14, 16-13, none of that's out of the question. I guess 44 points is too high. Another game stuck in the mud to you?
Yes, I'm shocked the line is so low. I mean, I think Arizona, they did enough right last week to, for me to believe that this is a team that could be a 500 team this year. And Carolina did enough wrong that lead me to believe that, stop saying somebody else is the worst team in the league because you're staring at them here with Carolina. I mean, they looked like a 3-win team last week. They go on the road this week. I mean, you talk about your survivor pool, and you're looking like last week, if you took Cincinnati and lucked that one out, you're looking for teams early in the season that maybe you'll never use again. I think this is that opportunity. I can't imagine Arizona's going to let this one slip away. I see them as having a very easy time. Again, similar to what we've talked about with the Rams and the 49ers. Why are we even throwing the ball against this team? We can grind out a very easy win. What I was disappointed in last week and surprised by was the Connor only getting 12 carries and Benson getting 8. That puzzled me. I didn't expect that at all. I'm wondering if that's going to be more of the trend this year, that they're going to try to get Benson the ball more often. And maybe he's someone we need to jump on his bandwagon before, people start to realize this really is a timeshare thing. Because this week there's going to be every opportunity for Benson to get, 10 or more carries, even if Connor gets 15 or more. I mean, again, I just don't see why Arizona is putting the ball up in the air this game, in a game that they could win 27-3 without ever throwing a pass. So I'm wondering if they have some kind of line on Benson, because I think he could. I mean, if he carried the ball 8 times last week in a tight game, why doesn't he carry 10 times this week against an overmatched opponent? And he carries 10 times, he'll get 40 yards or more. And I kind of doubt they put a line that high on him.
That they actually did, kind of. 8.5 minus 125 for Trey Benson carries, and 36.5 minus 114 for his yards.
Yeah, I mean, 36.5 if you're going to carry the ball 10 times. I use this a lot, and it very rarely, pans out. But one big run, with that 115-yarder, gets you halfway there. And then it becomes a matter of, okay, now if they just hand him the ball 5 more times, 3 yards at a time or 4 yards at a time or whatever, then he'll get there. So if he's going to get 8 carries, he'll get to that number. If he's going to get 10 carries, he's going to get to that number easily. He could be someone that you bump up to, let's say like a 60-yard level to, searching for a nice price. Because I just, even if, like I said, even if Connor gets 15 carries this week, which I would expect, I got to believe Benson's going to get 10. And with the possibility of more. I just don't know what their rotation is like. I mean, could it be that they get ahead in the second half and then all we see is Benson? Why not? A lot of teams do that, right? Yeah. You play your backup running back once you take a nice lead like that. And so, he ends up actually getting more carries. He ends up the guy with 80 yards. I would not be surprised at all to see that. So, but yeah, I'd certainly take him. Conservatively, I'd take him over the rushing total. And And if you on one of your greedy tickets, I bump him up looking for a price.
He's 60 yards plus 310, and 80 yards is 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think 80 yards is asking a lot. 60 yards at 3-1 or whatever you said, I think that's very reasonable. So for a greedy ticket, I think that that might be the way to go. But for my conservative ticket, just give me the over 30. What was it? 37.5?
36.5.
36.5.
If you get greedy with him and add Kyron Williams and McCaffrey, Kyron Williams for 100, McCaffrey over 4.5 receptions. Then Trey Benson at plus 310, 60 yards or more, takes it to 27-1. And then his baseline here, we'll go ahead and throw that in instead. And now we're looking at almost 12-1 with those three. Okay. All right. So that is definitely an obscure play, Trey Benson. And yeah, I see him, man. James Conner, I always want to call him John Connor after the Terminator. James Conner, I mean, let's face it. I mean, he's an older running back. Time to let Benson probably take some lumps, right? Especially this early in the season.
That's right. I would not have guessed that going into. I mean, there's been a lot of talk the last 2 years about they got this Benson guy and he's really good and he's developing and he's going to become the number one guy eventually. And Connor's always done really well to the point where, where was Benson? He got 2 carries. Where was Benson? He got 1 catch. He never really got a great opportunity. Come to training camp this year. Ooh, look at Benson. He's doing great. Benson, you know what? Deaf ears on that. I've heard this way too much. I know that, it's going to be Connor again. Why would it not be? And I was surprised. I was surprised in that opening game. The quarterback ran 7 times in that game. Murray ran 7 times in that game, and you wouldn't expect that. Why would you put him in harm's way this week with 7 carries? I think you're probably looking more like 2 or 3 carries for Murray this week, and that's just going to mean more running back runs. So if Benson's been looking for a time to shine, here's his time.
Fun game in the late window with Philadelphia and Kansas City. Philadelphia, the favorite in Kansas City, 1.5, 46.5. Now, last week, which is long ago now, you feel like, both of these teams are going to have extended rest by the time that they play in their Arrowhead come kickoff time in that late window. But concerns for both of those defenses was kind of my gut reaction last week. I guess I share the same sentiment. Philly has something, just personnel-wise, they are different than the team they had last year. There's a good 6 or 7 different players on that side of the football. And Kansas City, we just saw their issues as well. They weren't able to get the Chargers off the field when they have to. They got players yelling at each other now, too, on that side of the ball to do their job. They do have Mahomes, but he was under siege. I figure that the better play in this game is the over 46.5, knowing that with the home effort, the energy of the fans, Kansas City has to be a little bit better than what they showed against the Chargers, and the Phillies actually having those issues on the defensive side of the ball, then Kansas City will get theirs. But I'm afraid Philadelphia is going to get theirs as well. And I think the right team is favored on the road here with the Eagles. They are the better team to me, at least offensively. It looks like we got Worthy back, or he's not going to maybe not play this week, but he's going to try to fight through whatever injury he has. So we'll have to pay attention to him a little bit more. But you kind of said it last week, too. If it's Tyquan Thornton, Hollywood Brown, and Juju Smith-Schuster, good luck. And at the end of the day, I think just more talent offensively for Philadelphia. a big dose of Barkley, probably. Hurts running the ball some for sure, probably. They get A.J. Brown happy after his one catch last week. Yeah, probably target him a little bit more. And then let's send Devontae Smith deep again. And if Dotson develops as a third receiver, not that they use the top two exceedingly much, but that gives them at least another good option in the deep threat for them. He loves the tight end, Jalen Hurts, loves Goddard. And I just think the little bit better team here with Philadelphia. We've seen the chinks in the armor here for the Chiefs. I think Philly wins this game on the road. And I think it is probably higher scoring. I could see it 28-24, something like that, 28-21, 27-20, somewhere in that neighborhood. So give me the Eagles on the road here. They're the better team than the Chiefs. And the hope here for the Chiefs would be to be able to exploit that Philly defense if indeed it is not up to par as last year's. He's going to have to put it on his shoulders a little bit more. So I think Philly gets the job done. What about you?
Yeah, I kind of agree with everything you said there. The big question mark in this game, well, there's two. Number one is Worthy. I mean, if he's in there, he makes them a completely different team. If he's not in there, then then they do have other weapons like Hollywood Brown last week, who stepped up and and became their number one target and had himself a pretty good game. But they're just not as potent without Worthy in there. But secondly, the biggest thing to me is how good or bad is Philly's defense, because Kansas City's coaching staff is as smart as any in the league. I mean, they've been a difference maker for the last 2 or 3 years, and they will figure out where Philadelphia's problems are. Where are their weak links? Because they had weak links last week. They, like you said, they've got new personnel in there, and Kansas City's coaching staff is smart enough to figure out, where are these weak links. And the thing about Kansas City, while they might have the quality of weapons, they certainly have the quantity. And if it's just a matter of, their weak link is their nickel cornerback. Well, Kansas City's got a third wide receiver that they can throw in there and exploit something like that. Or their weak link is their coverage on tight ends or whatever. Well, you know what? We got a couple of them that can catch passes. So whatever it is that they see, that's and it could very well be multiple things. I think Kansas City will have a game plan to score big points in this game, certainly in the 20s, close to 30. And yet I'm not convinced that they're the better team either. I think that the more Kansas City scores, the more Philadelphia will score. I think it'll be a close game. If I had to pick one, I would pick Philadelphia to win. But, I'm not really confident in that. I'm more confident that there will be, that this will be a relatively high-scoring game.
Okay, and that's what we want. So where are we going to look prop-wise on your end?
That's a good question because, like I said, picking one on Kansas City would be very difficult. I think you'd have to go with Mahomes. We had this last week, right, where Mahomes minus 1.5 touchdowns.
Over 1.5 touchdowns, yeah.
Yeah, I think like they'll figure out. And Kansas City's not. I mean, if Kansas City decides Philly's weak against the run, that's not necessarily something that they can exploit. But if they figure out, well, you know what, we can do these kinds of passes or these kinds of passes or these kinds of passes. They have so many receiving weapons that I just think that Mahomes will find a way. Will it be Schuster or will it be Worthy? Will it be Brown? Will it be Gray? Will it be Kelsey. Who knows? Will it be Hunt coming out of the backfield? They'll find a way to exploit the weaknesses, but they'll do it in a way that is. I'm not smart enough to think like them. Philly, may not be smart enough to think like them. They'll outsmart Philadelphia in this game offensively. So, regardless of who it is, I'm very confident that Mahomes can get at least 2 touchdown passes in this game, and even 3 if you want to, you want to take a run at a price.
Flat plus 100 over 1.5 touchdown passes for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that's a nice price. I would have expected to lay a line there.
Plus 370 for 3.
For over 2.5. Yeah, I mean that's worth putting on a greedy ticket. I think this is going to be entertaining. We've seen this so far in the high profile games.
That they've been high scoring. Yeah, the good teams have all been high scoring.
And I mean, even in the Green Bay Washington game, which neither team was moving the ball very well, especially Washington wasn't moving the ball at all in the first half of that game. And all of a sudden you look up and 45 points are scored. Geez, imagine if Washington had done anything in the first half. And so, yeah, I mean, I think who's it, Fox or CBS, whoever televising this game, is going to get their money's worth. I really think this is going to be a 28-27 nail biter. And I think Mahomes, Mahomes is the one constant that you can count on these days for Kansas City.
All right. I like it. We get good money there. Anything else? We don't have to put it on the ticket. But, I mean, I see Barkley minus 150. That's pretty cheap for a touchdown for him.
Well, especially if it's going to be a high-scoring game. I mean, if they're going to score 3 touchdowns, you would think Hurts will get 1 somehow, and Barkley will get 1 somehow. They always do. To me, the most intriguing part of Philly's offense in this game is going to be Brown. I mean, he was a complete non-factor last week. And if you watched him, because he was on your fantasy team or whatever, he doesn't run a whole lot of patterns. I mean, he just packs it in. I would say 50% of the time he jogs down the field.
Right.
Some kind of a decoy.
Right.
I mean, you kind of tell when he comes off the line of scrimmage that even there are times when Hurts looks in his direction first, and then he looks at another direction, throws it back to his tight end or whoever he's throwing it to. It's just like he's a complete head case, and that's something that I think they've learned to deal with. And this is why I think coming off a game where they didn't use him at all and he had to be discouraged and he has to be upset. I'm sure he said something to somebody this week that I'd be surprised if they didn't come out and try to get him the ball immediately a couple of times and try to get him to have a big game here. And because I think he'll be fired up to do something like that. He usually bounces back well from bad games, only to have another bad game the week after that.
Right.
And so, I mean, I having watched him last week, I'm like, man, I'm never, if I had him on my fantasy team, you got to sit him this week. You got to have better options. Kansas City's a decent defensive team, but yet something tells me that, you know what, he's going to bounce back with a nice week. I just wouldn't want him, I wouldn't want him on my fantasy team. I wouldn't want to wager on him, but if I had to predict, I'm going to predict that he'll find the end zone once. So, who's going to score Philly's 3 touchdowns? It wouldn't surprise me if it was all the usual suspects. Hurts 1, Barkley 1, and Brown 1. So
plus 180 for Brown to get a touchdown. If you do those 3 together, then you're going to get, I'm going to do some approximate math here. Hurts is minus 115. We talked about Barkley. You'll get about 8-1, maybe 9-1.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't play that, but
I see the reasoning.
But it's again, sometimes the sum isn't equal to the total isn't equal to the sum of the parts.
Right.
Right. And I could see, if I had Will, you're asking me, do I think Hurts will score one? Probably yes. Do I think Barkley will score one? Probably yes. Do I think Brown will score one? Probably yes. Can we put all three of those together at 8-1? Probably no.
Yeah, if this game's in the 30s at halftime, I won't be shocked for sure. Let's see here. We have one more game with our cast of characters of the AFC West, NFC West, and that's a good one. Late night Monday. Your Raiders beat my Patriots. They looked fantastic on the first drive, and then were able to milk that one home. And now they have the Chargers coming in, back-to-back road games for the Chargers. Obviously, the first one on the neutral field being Brazil. But the Chargers are a field goal favorite here, 46.5 the total. You kind of made it known that you're not the biggest fan of the Raiders coming into the season, and you really do like the Chargers. They're one of your sleeper Super Bowl contenders. So is this a cheap field goal here for the Chargers, knowing that we could see some regression from the Raiders after they beat a hapless New England team to me? New England, they have a lot of improvement to do. So I'm not sure how good that win is at the end of the day. Myers gets the most targets for the Raiders. That was kind of interesting. Bowers, good game. Looks like he'll be back, though, with that injury. He left last week. You like the Chargers? You like him good enough to win this game by more than 3?
Well, I do think they're the better team. I think that they're more dependable, more predictable. That it's not going to be hard to count the number of times the Chargers don't play well this year. I just think that they've got enough going for them now so that they're solid on defense, they're solid in the lines, and they're solid at basically every position. And now their quarterback, has enough weapons around him that people are realizing, wow, this guy's a pretty good quarterback. Well, yeah, you think? And so I can't imagine anybody in the league blowing out the Chargers. I think they're competitive enough to beat anybody. Now, this is not a top-tier team. This is one of those teams where, yes, a division game, and the Raiders aren't bad. They could be, a 6-7 win team, and we're not talking about Carolina or New Orleans here. But this is a team that the Chargers, if they're going to, they're going to beat the Chiefs in the division race this year. They're going to need to beat the teams like the Raiders on the road. And here's their opportunity. I think they come into this game. We talked a lot about how teams did not look good last week. Well, you certainly wouldn't say that about the Chargers. They look good on basically every aspect of the game. They got a kicker who can make the big field goal at the end if it comes down to that. They got the better quarterback. I don't see it there being a huge gap in talent in this game, because I think the Raiders are, like I said, a very average kind of team, coming off a nice win, one that they really needed. If I had to pick one, I'd take the Chargers. I'm not excited about. I don't see a real high-scoring game here, I'm not real excited about anything about this game other than the fact that I can see it coming down to a field goal at the end. Both teams got good kickers, but I'd give the Chargers the edge.
All right, if we wanted to do a multi-leg under parlay, all these teams qualify, correct? Chargers, Raiders, all these games qualify, correct? Chargers, Raiders, under 46.5, correct?
Yes.
Arizona, Carolina.
Yes.
44.5. Denver, Indianapolis, 43.5.
Keep going.
49ers.
Rams and Titans. Oh, yeah, 49ers.
Saints under 40.5. and the
And
Rams and
and
the
Titans.
Titans under 41.5. Okay. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah, I
five
mean,
game under.
these are very similar type games. You know, you'd say the Rams and Tennessee, San Francisco and the New Orleans, Carolina and Arizona. Those three games are very similar. And then Indy and Denver and the Raiders and the Chargers. Those two games are similar because the opponent in those last two games, there's no weak link in that game. The other three games have arguably the three worst teams in the league, and so that's the only, to me, the scary part about the Indy and Denver and the Chargers and Las Vegas is there's not going to be, I don't think it's not going to be one of those games where one of the teams turns really conservative because they've got the game in hand. I just think both of these games, you're looking at a very close game. We got to go down the field and score here. It's a field goal game. Even if we go down and kick a field goal, we need more points. I think that both of those games are going to be in that mode and probably come down to the fourth quarter, 20-17. And then, then it's just a matter of, okay, here's Denver's last drive. Are they going to kick a field goal? Are they going to get the touchdown? And then here comes Indy's last drive. Are they going to kick a field goal? Or are they going to get the touchdown? And it's when that last touchdown, is the one where, oh man, I needed a field goal there rather than a touchdown. But I just think those two games are close enough, competitive enough that both offenses are going to be trying to get that touchdown in the fourth quarter. Whereas the first three games are really, the power teams, they're just going to be running out the clock.
Yeah, and look at all those running backs maybe in some sort of a round robin. Minus Connor, add Benson. Okay, let's see here. So, high-scoring game of the day of everybody that we did not talk about so far. We have a few candidates. Do you have one that actually sticks out in your mind?
Well, yes.
Okay. So I'll guess that in a second. Let's see. So I have Cleveland, Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, and the Jets, where we think that might be a higher scoring game for sure. New England Dolphins, I don't think we expect that to be one. Jacksonville and the Bengals, 49.5. Man, that's a super over type of number. Both of those defenses, though, seemed a little bit better. But again, week one, after that, we have Falcons, Vikings, over under 44.5. Man, that seems kind of light. And then Tampa and Houston, where Houston is the favorite. I'm not so sure the better team's favorite in that game, 42.5. You can speak on that if you want here in a minute or two. Let's see. Your fun game for you is, I think you're going to, and as good as their defense is, Detroit, I think you're going to give your Bears another chance here to put up some points. And it's going to be the Lions and the Bears. Because honestly, I see a scenario just kind of almost like last year where the Lions aren't letting off the pedal here against their former coach because they don't let off the pedal. And both of these teams go for it on fourth down. So 47.5, not enough points for me. If this game ends up 41-21, not a shocker to me. I think the Lions are one of the better plays of the week in a higher scoring game against the Bears. Caleb Williams, they're better off when he runs the ball. That's for sure. Where have we heard that before? So I'll just stab that that's your funnest game of the week, although I'm probably wrong.
No, you hit it.
Okay.
And I'll be the first to admit that, man, was I dead wrong last week about the Detroit.
But you got to give him a pass for week. You got to give him a pass for week one, right?
Agreed.
Right.
I mean, to me, that just, of all the coaches in the league, you don't want to piss off the Detroit guys. Right. And he's got them working hard this week. Probably much harder than they were going into that Green Bay game. They're back on their turf here. They get the incentive of their coordinator. They've heard so much about oh my God, this new coordinator, he's a big problem. We're never going to win. We wish we had the old guy. Here comes the old guy back down. He's got something to prove here. But so does the Detroit coordinator. And he took a lot of abuse last week for, remember all those fun plays we used to have? We didn't do any of those last week. Well, yeah, when, Green Bay is all over your quarterback all day. What fun plays can you have? I just think this is you mentioned the score, 41-21. That's a very good score for this game. I think Detroit is going to put up a ton of points in this game, and Chicago has the capability of, I don't want to say of matching points, but as they fall behind, they have the ability. They're not a running team. In other words, they're not a running team that, well, we got to throw the ball now because we're behind. No, this is a passing team who should be comfortable when they fall behind. They've got all their weapons going. And then on top of everything else, as you indicated, and this is a very underrated aspect of projecting a score on a game. You got two teams that believe in fourth down, and you go for it on fourth down. You increase your chances of scoring points, or if you don't make it, you increase the other team's chances of scoring points. And that's good for, when you got the over going. What's the worst possible thing when you got an over going in a game? You see the punting team come in. Well, that doesn't happen as often in a Detroit game or now even in a Chicago game than we see in all the other teams in the league. So I think Detroit, on their fast track, they get Jameson Williams, running. They get Gibbs running, circles around the defense. And then, like I said, I see Chicago's passing game fully capable of coming right back and scoring two or three, maybe meaningless, but 2 or 3 late touchdowns in the second half of this game that really makes the final score, pinballish. So yeah, this is a game where I think that you certainly want some of Detroit.
Well, I think you want Jameson Williams again because the Bears have those issues on their back end with injuries. I mean, if he's the burner, let's let him rip against the backup cornerbacks, right?
Absolutely. I think Jameson Williams is going to have a monster season this year. Obviously, it didn't start out that way, but as we've seen now, Green Bay's played a second game against another high-power offensive team. Green Bay's got a very good defense. And let's not draw any conclusions about a team's offense because they just went ahead and just played Green Bay. Let's throw that game out because we're up against maybe even the best defense in the league. What do you expect? Now we're back to reality. Now we're back to this Detroit team that put up monster numbers last year, basically all their personnel back. This year, they just have this new coordinator who now is already kind of on the hot seat. And all week this week, he's been scripting. He's been calling his friends. You remember that play we used to run on the street? How did that work again? Because I want to use it in the game this week. And I just think that they're going to make every effort to put on a big show here. So I think there are many aspects of Detroit. I think Montgomery, just because there's going to be a lot of scoring, well, chances are that just means a guy's going to catch a deep pass and go out of bounds at the 2-yard line. And they don't have Jalen Hurts as their quarterback. And Goff isn't scoring this touchdown. They're going to hand to Montgomery. So he could get a couple of cheap touchdowns. I think Jameson Williams is going to be your guy for a lot of yards and a touchdown in this game, maybe 2. To me, I'd want a part of both of those guys.
All right. So David Montgomery's minus 105 for a touchdown. Jameson Williams is at plus 220. And then receiving wise for Jameson Williams, yards are at 48 and a half. Do you want to throw just one of those things on a ticket or you want to add 2 of them?
What I would say is I think both, I talked earlier about McCaffrey's over 4.5 yards is probably going to stand the test of time. Over 4.5 catches
Right.
is probably going to stand the test of time as the best play. I think both of these plays are better than this. I think that Montgomery should be minus 180 in this game. He was every game last year because he scored a touchdown in every game last year, and he's going to score at least one in this game. He should be minus 180. They put him at minus 105 because he, had a bad week last week. Well, we're throwing last week out. I think he's as likely to score 2 touchdowns as he is.
Yeah,
to
he's
score
6-1.
0.
6-1.
Wow. I mean, that's a very good thing to put on a greedy ticket. But on a, my conservative ticket, minus 105 for a touchdown, that's a lock. Jameson Williams, same way. I mean, over 48.5 yards is an absolute steal. That is what goes on my gutless ticket. But I would bump him up. I would say to at least 80. And what do we got at over 80 yards?
Let's see here. Plus 300.
Well,
I mean, if we do a mix and match of greediness and conservative stuff, we got, let me just read it. Montgomery for a touchdown. Jameson Williams, 80 yards. We got Kyron Williams, 100 yards. And then we'll get conservative with McCaffrey, 4.5 catches. Benson, 36.5 yards rushing. And Mahomes over 1.5. Let's see. 167 to 1 odds.
We'll piece it together at the end.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I said, I think that there are, there's a lot of greedy plays here that I think have potential. We'll review them, but even Mahomes over 2.5 TDs, Benson over 60 yards rushing. We talked about that.
Right.
Williams over 100 yards. Both of these plays, but Montgomery plus 600 for 2 TDs. I mean, that is, to me, a very strong play. Williams over 80 yards receiving, that's kind of a 50-50 thing, but at plus 300, okay, I'll throw that on a greedy ticket. So, I mean, we've got 4, 5, maybe 6 greedy ticket kind of things here. And I like it. I mean, it's, we're not done yet either.
Nope. If we stick to those 5s, do nothing with Jameson Williams, and just use Montgomery as the solo play from this game, with Mahomes over 1.5, Benson over 36.5, McCaffrey over 4.5, and Kyron over 100 yards. We're now at almost 50 to 1 for those 5. All right, we're getting there. Let's see here. So
I think the next game that I would point to, and we talked about the Jets already with Buffalo. I think that game has good potential. Something we talked about going into last week about trends in the NFL this season, and I talked about I thought quarterbacks were going to be doing a lot more running this year than they've done in the past. And while it wasn't super obvious last week, I would think that if somebody calculated the average rushing yards for the starting quarterbacks last week, I'm guessing it was an all-time NFL record,
right,
even though nobody really exploded. And there were a couple of guys like Ward who we expect this stuff on and didn't give us anything. But when I'm looking at the list here, Daniel Jones rushes for 2 touchdowns. Fields rushes 12 times. Wilson rushes 8 times. Daniels, of course, who you expect this from, he ran 11 times last week. Nix ran 8 times. Stroud ran even 5 times.
Yep. Purdy did too.
And Allen, of course,
Allen
rushed for
did
2 touchdowns. Hurts rushed for 2 touchdowns. Herbert had a nice rushing game. Mayfield had a nice. I mean, it's just there were a lot of quarterbacks who ran a lot last week, and if you that trend, I think it was not a one-off. I think that we're going to see that continuing as more guys like Fields, get an opportunity. And guys like Allen and Hurts, just they're not afraid to take off running. I mean, Hurts ran like crazy last week, and 14 times. And
yeah, that's just his game
how
for
many-
sure. Yeah, I mean, that's
how
what he's
many
going to
tush
do.
pushers were in there? One? I mean, usually when he gets 14 carries, because he's got 6 1-yarders. I don't even remember him having one of those last week. And so
Even Caleb Williams ran some.
and the second thing that I'm not surprised that this is going to be a trend moving forward. We've talked about this a little bit before when it comes to the fantasy drafting. Is there are more good tight ends in the league than there's ever been.
Right. Right.
And some young guys have come in. Some Fannin last week. Got 9 targets in the Cleveland game last week. We talked about Johnson. Got like 11 targets if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And then, but there were the usual suspects were in there. But Henry got 8 targets last week. Johnson's 11 targets, 8 catches for 76 yards. And Kittle was off to a nice start before he got injured. There's a lot, and Warren, mentioned my man Warren, and came up big last week in receiving. So there's a lot of these tight ends. And they're catching passes, and the thing about them, combine that with the quarterback rushing yards, it's keeping the chains moving, and I think this will eventually lead to more scoring in the league, because you can't be dropping back 5 and 6 guys into deep coverage to take away all these great outside threats when you're giving up 8 yards at a time to tight ends coming out of a blocking formation, or quarterbacks taking off running. Sooner or later, you're going to have to move people up to stop these teams from moving the chains, and then you're going to start getting some deeper balls and put yourself more at risk. So I think this is a great thing, for the league. I mentioned this because of you got this matchup between Allen and Fields this week. Both guys love to take off running, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continued. But
Yeah.
the next, we're getting to the end of the line here. I realize at one game, you mentioned the total being very high, and I think justifiably so, is the Jacksonville game against Cincinnati. Cincinnati last week, very disappointing. Maybe Cleveland's defense is that good. I don't know. But another case here where you've got a star receiver who wasn't used at all. And he can't be happy about that. That's not sitting well with anybody. And they've, priority one for Cincinnati this week is get their star wide receiver back on track. I think they should be able to do that against Jacksonville. At the same time, I've mentioned Jacksonville as a team that I think is going to score points this year. I thought Lawrence came out with not his best game, but a decent game last week. You got Hunter, who played a lot on offense, which was good. You got Thomas over there on the other side. They really stuck with Etienne as their running back, who did quite well last week. If he's on his game, it adds another element to them. I think Jacksonville is a team that's going to be a high-scoring team. Cincinnati, we all know, is a very high-scoring team, both offensively and defensively. I think this game, if this game were in week 1, I think that people would be jumping all over the over in this game. But maybe they're a little scared by Cincinnati's performance. But I wouldn't be worried about that at all. Again, when we look back on Cleveland at the end of the year, we're going to say, you know what, they're better defensively than we gave credit for, and so let's throw that game out and start here. I think this is both teams in the 30s kind of. I think Chase, coming off a bad game, maybe lower his numbers a little bit. I think he could have a really big game here.
-30 for 1 touchdown, and for 2 touchdowns, 5-1 for Jamar Chase. Maybe the old Montgomery
and
two
what about
touchdowns,
yards?
Jamar Chase. Parlay.
What about yards for Chase?
83 and a
In
half.
the 80s?
Yeah,
83 and a half?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's high, but, for him, because he could catch 10, 11 balls. I mean, he seems to do that every other week.
Right.
Coming off a bad performance, if he catches 8 balls this game, which I think is about as low as he can do, he's going to get 83 yards. I think he's got 100-yard potential here. Not that bumping it up to that's really going to do much for you, but 83 yards, I'm in on that.
It's heavily juiced minus 148, but his reception over under 6.5.
Oh, well, that's even better. That's way better. Wow. And that's at what price?
Minus 148.
For the 6.5?
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, I mean, I like both of those. I mean, I take both of those numbers in a conservative ticket. One adds to the other. I mean, if like I said, if he gets 8 catches in this game, which I can't imagine him getting less than 8 catches. So I think the 6.5 is actually a better play. But if he gets to 8, he's going to be over 100 yards for sure. He's going to get that touchdown. I think you could have I don't know if they allow you to parlay, same player parlay, but if you could play Chase for a touchdown, Chase over 83.5 yards, Chase over 6.5 yards receiving. I mean, they all feed off each other. If one happens, then the other one's going to happen.
Right.
If that happens, the third one's going to happen. And it's like, okay, just have a good game, and I'm going to cash all 3 ends of this. So,
if we add Jamar Chase over 6.5 catches to the other guys, that gives us a 6-pack, and that's now 82-1 odds. Of everything conservative, except Kyron Williams, we stretched him to 100.
well, yeah. I mean, like I said, let's review at the end and come and see where our strongest plays are. Because as we go along here, more and more strong plays pop up. So I don't want to put put it in ink yet that these are our top 6 plays.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, we don't have any games left. I mean, you just told me if this interested you or not.
My thought on Jacksonville
is
if they're going to play. First off, they traded away Bigsby,
right?
So
that tells you ETN or Tootin is at least emerging a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, I thought that was a good sign for Tootin, but Tootin barely played in the first game, and if in fact and Etienne was plenty busy in that game. Let me see, 16 carries in that game. And so, man, if he's carrying the ball, 10 to 15 times, and in a high-scoring game like this, where he's going to be the guy scoring on the short touchdown run, I want a part of him in this game.
All right.
What do we got?
ETN for a touchdown is, and maybe even 2, right?
Why not?
1 is plus 110.
And 2?
2 touchdowns for Travis Etienne is at plus 750.
Oh, nice. And what about his rushing yards?
He is a modest 58.5.
Wow, that's nice as well. So this is a game. I mean, we talked earlier about every game we talked about early on as being now boring, kind of low scoring, grind it out. Rams, Tennessee, 49ers, New Orleans, Carolina, Arizona, yawn. Take the running back. Denver, Indy, and Raiders and Chargers. A little more high scoring, but not the fireworks. The fireworks games, we're finally getting to them. And and so you play Jamison Williams, play Montgomery, play Chase, play Etienne. I mean, these are. I'd much rather be having guys like that in my lineup in a game where there's going to be 60 points scored than to have these other guys in the lineup in games where there's going to be 35 points scored. Right. So
Travis Etienne, a very nice surprise last week. I think a lot of people gave up on him.
And the we talked about this going into last week, especially from a fantasy perspective, that there were teams that we just didn't know what the split was going to be in terms of running backs. Now, one team that we thought we knew, we didn't even get right because that was Arizona. And who would have guessed that Benson would have 8 carries and Connor would have 12? But, it was nice to see Hall getting all the carries in his game. Obviously now for Washington, Merritt, because Eckler's out for the season now.
I think his Achilles is out. Yeah.
Yeah. So Merritt is going to be one of these guys who gets a ton of carries. Etienne got a ton of carries. Who would have thought Denver would, that Dobbins was going to get all the carries there. Seattle, Charbonnet actually got more carries than Walker in that game. Chubb, in fact, got almost all the carries for Houston. I mean, so there was a lot learned in that first week that maybe the odds makers either A, don't trust it, or B, are a little slow to adjust to it. And the Etienne number is an example of that. I mean, if he's going to get, 16 carries last week, I don't know that he's going to get 16 carries all the time. But if he's going to get 10 to 12 carries, and he doesn't have this Bigsby guy who you're afraid that, they're going to put him in at the goal line or what have you. Not there anymore. So why wouldn't he get 10, 12, 14 carries again this week in a high-scoring game? Well, if he does, then in a high-scoring game, then that number is way too low. So this might be a case where we're catching something before they adjust properly to it.
All right, other games with potential fireworks. Well, you can bid or pass, and we'll just go from there. I don't know if I see it in the Browns and the Ravens, although Flacco seems to do well against Baltimore. That's a game that go either way. I'll put it this way. I'm not going to lay 11.5 in this game. And the Ravens look good offensively. But there's so many mouths to feed. Like you said, we don't know how good this Cleveland defense could be. I mean, they do have Myles Garrett, and they are usually good on the back end. Generally, I think a pass for me on that game. You?
Well, yes, I agree. I have Travis Henry on my fantasy team for the first time. Oh, man, what a joy that is. Boy, what was I thinking these last 10 years, not having him. Because my team last week did almost nothing. Literally, none of my guys.
Did you win your game?
I won because I had.
Right, you had Henry. Nice. Okay.
And again, it was a fairly low-scoring game. I got lucky in the end. I had DJ Moore on Monday night, and he had Swift, and I was like 5 points ahead. And it was just I needed to get something out of Moore, and I just didn't need to see Swift get that, a cheap touchdown. They got down to the 1 yard line, and they faked and they threw a pass to Odunze. It was like, oh, there's a difference. I lose that matchup if they hand that ball to Swift and he gets his 1 yard. But they didn't, and so I luck out. And like I said, it's just a very disappointing performance by my team. But I see already that I have McCaffrey and I have Henry, and it's just a comforting feeling when you've got two really good running backs. You don't have to worry about who should I be playing them this week? Should I be playing somebody else? No. These two guys, leave them alone. They're worry about your receivers where you got problems. So that's nice. But anyway, in talking about this Baltimore game, Cleveland's got a good defense. I certainly don't expect Henry to have his best game. That said, I enjoy having him.
I think he's an autoplay. I mean, the last couple years, he's an autoplay every week for 2 touchdowns.
And the best part about him is when they get ahead and they run the ball, he's as good as any back in the league at breaking through the line of scrimmage and taking off, like happened twice last week. When where would you expect Henry to bulldoze and score his touchdowns inside the 10-yard line? No, both times it was, he broke a tackle, there he goes, and then, someone's got an angle on him. It's like, Henry's the fastest guy on the field. How's that possible? He's 230 pounds, but man, he runs fast.
Right.
Gets out in the open field. He ain't catching him. So I mean, I would never say that this is going to be a tough game for Henry because the defense on the other team is good. I'd worry if I were the other team because this guy always finds a way to do something. So, but I think it'd be to shortcut you here. I mean, on the rest of the games on the schedule, Giants and Dallas. I just have no.
I just like Dallas. I just like Dallas more than anything.
Without if Dart were in there, I feel much better about this being a higher scoring game because I think Dallas will score as many points as they need to score in this game to win. They may not have to score a whole lot if Wilson's the quarterback. New England and Miami, you mentioned it as kind of an ugly game, big game for Miami to prove they're not as bad as they are, but you know what? They might be that bad. Buffalo and the Jets, that should be a fun game. I'm sure.
I think we could put that on the fun game list. And I mean, Josh Allen almost to me is an autoplay for 2 touchdowns every week, almost like a Jalen Hurts would be, or some of these other guys we're talking about, like Montgomery this week. I mean, if you're looking to do a multiplayer round robin and there's a lot of points, why not just throw Josh Allen in there too?
Yeah,
that's good. If he's going to get 1, will he get 2?
Agreed. I mean, he's the most logical, most likely Buffalo guy in any game to score a touchdown. And he can do. He does it from all over the field.
Yep.
He's running down the field and he gets to the 10-yard line, and there's 2 guys in front of him, and 28 out of the other 32 quarterbacks in the league, they're running out of bounds. He's one of the 4 who says, you know what, I want this touchdown. I'm going to take these guys on. A little reckless, a little dangerous, but man, he's gotten away with it. He's always a good play to score at least 1. But you're right, he scores 2 touchdowns as much as anybody in the league. And this should be, this is going to be an interesting game for the Jets to prove that last week's offensive flurry, was not a fluke. But I don't know. I mean, Fields has energized this team. And maybe that's what Hall needed. Maybe that's what Wilson needs. So they all of a sudden seem to have a nice little thing going offensively. And that's good because Buffalo, as we saw last week, if a team starts scoring on Buffalo, they're fully capable of scoring right back on. And this game could be very, very entertaining.
All right. Let's see here. And the only other ones we really got, I mean, we mentioned everything. Falcons, Vikings, we haven't said anything about. I wouldn't be super excited about trying to go over there. I think McCarthy still has more to prove. Atlanta kind of played a stingy game against Tampa Bay. I will say that the other game, Houston and Tampa Bay, and I get it, the Houston defense is good. But, man, that's another team like Carolina where Houston was just trying to find something to work. I mean, they tried to spread the ball to everyone, and Nico Collins was very low on the target list. I mean, you know that. You've reviewed everything. But to me, and a lot of people love the Texans in this game, I'm not sure why. Ibuka, good shot for him to win Rookie of the Year, I think, to be honest. I mean, he's off to a good start. And I would be surprised if we see more of that. I get it, the Texans are good, but I would trust Baker in that spot.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, for somehow, some way, Baker Mayfield remains, underrated.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
he's one of these guys. I mean, a little like Mahomes, is that when push comes to shove, he's going to have 2 or more touchdowns more times than not. Somehow, some way, and it's just, just so many possible weapons. When you mentioned Ibuka, but it was like, well, gee, Evans, let's not forget about him. And then they have McMillan, not healthy right now, but when he comes back and starts playing, and then they've got their move the chains receiver who hasn't been playing either, and they're their
tight end's good, Ogden's good. Yep.
Yeah,
you still got the 2 running backs, and actually we did see that did answer one question, kind of, maybe not affirmatively completely, but Irving definitely seemed to be the more dominant running back than Rice. I think I noticed.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah. No, White played. White caught 2 passes.
Right.
I had 1 target, I think, and one and 2 runs. Right. So yeah, that was another team where, all right, I was hesitant in fantasy drafts. I thought Irving was being drafted way too high, but yeah, no, that's they were right. I was wrong there. He's the guy there now. But still, Mayfield last week, he found his way to get his 2 touchdowns. He almost always does. And Houston's a good defensive team. I don't really see either team running the ball real effectively in this game. And so it'll probably come down to who gets the better quarterback play. It's just tough to bet against Mayfield the way he's been winning, and he's running the ball, and he's getting his 2 touchdowns every game. So even though it doesn't look like the highest scoring game on the board, if I played anything in this game, I take the standard. I'll take this every week. Mahomes over a touchdown and a half, and Mayfield over a touchdown and a half.
Right.
Because they're not flashy necessarily. It's hard to say that about Mahomes, but Mahomes isn't throwing for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns like a lot of these other guys are. Every week, 230 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Mayfield, 280 yards and 2 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns. And so it's good. I don't wake up everybody else. You be my little secret here. I'm going to keep going with Mahomes. I'll keep going with Mayfield at -1.5. And you talked about just a plug and play every week. I think you'd be smart to put both of those guys on every ticket. Every week.
Rinse and repeat. Mahomes and Mayfield.
Yep.
All right.
But again, this is not. I like the Mahomes matchup a lot more than Mayfield this week. But I would still, he'll find a way.
He'll find a way. Plus 110 over 1.5 touchdowns for Baker Mayfield.
I mean, that's, so and both these guys, I think you said even money on Mahomes, plus 110 for Mayfield. That's a nice 2 legs to start off. Even if you want to go to a greedy parlay and throw on a
2.5.
long
Yeah.
Not with them. I'm saying if you want to, at this point say take both of those and say, okay, now let me find 2 really nice long shots, to really bump up the number in this game. And then you take Montgomery to score.
Montgomery for 2, right?
Right, and then you take,
Jamar Chase
even
for 2,
Kyron Williams,
Henry for 2, Kyron Williams for 2.
Yeah, right. I mean, somebody else for a couple touchdowns, and and now your two staples have led to a nice payday.
I think you got to throw Lamb for 2 in that mix, maybe if we're looking at 2 touchdown scorers. McCaffrey for 2 wouldn't be the worst thing, right?
Well, I mean, again, I'd hesitate to do any kind of touchdown totals in the low-scoring games,
right?
like the Rams game, the 49ers game, and the Arizona game. I think you're better off, featuring their running backs there and getting something with
Josh Allen for 2. That would be good.
Yeah, but you had a good one there. You mentioned Lamb. I feel, like I said, I feel, he's another guy. We're 2 weeks into the season. We're 1 week into the season, going into the second week. But already there are certain guys who have something to prove. And when it's a star player, the last thing you want to do is, all right, one game, one embarrassing performance is bad enough. 2 is a problem. And so you know that the teams are going to do everything they can to try to get Lamb, the taste of Lamb's 2 drop balls out of his mouth, the taste of Brown's 1 target game. Get that a distant memory. The taste of Chase's bad game, distant memory. Put all those in the past because we need these guys to be star players for us this year. And how better to put, memories in the past. Let's throw them a couple extra balls this week. I think those 3 guys in particular, three of the top receivers in the league. I think if you can count on at least 2 of those 3, maybe even all 3 of them, to have above average performances this week. And since their averages are already high enough to go above average, that's nice.
Chase, Lamb. Why am I brain freezing real quick? Who's the third?
Lamb, Brown, and Chase.
Yes. Jamar Chase, CD Lamb, and there's a third, right? Who am I forgetting about?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
Well, yeah. So I think they all have something to prove this week, and that's not. I said that's you wouldn't expect in the second game of the season. Sure, everybody's gonna. A lot of people have something to prove. Most of them don't have the talent to do that. But a team like Detroit, they've got something to prove this week. I fully expect them to take advantage of that. Kansas City this week has a lot to prove. Not only because they got blown out by this team in the Super Bowl, but they're coming off a disappointing loss last week. And they may not be good enough to win this game, even with something to prove, but I expect a nice high-scoring performance by them. It's these kinds of teams that already it's just surprising to me that 2 weeks into the season we could be talking about. It's almost like we're saying, must win for these teams. Now, we haven't used the term must win at all in our conversation here, but rather has something to prove. And that's what you're going to get in week 2. Nobody's got a must win in week 2. Except for maybe the Miami coach,
right?
But when you have, these teams, like I said, I'm repeating myself, but these teams, they know how important it is. Cincinnati's not going anywhere this year unless Chase is the best receiver in the league. Dallas isn't going anywhere this year unless Lamb is the best receiver in the league. Those 2 teams in particular. And both of those guys are down right now. I mean, Lamb caught a lot of passes, but what's he remembered for? The 2 big drops. And Chase just was a complete no-show for whatever reason last week. I mean, both of those guys, it's one thing for the 2 players to be chomping at the bit, but it's another thing when the coach or the coordinator, whoever it is, recognizes, hey, we got to have this guy back on his game, and we need that immediately. And they will make every effort to do it. Now, sometimes you're playing a really good defense, you can't do it. Cincinnati's playing Jacksonville. Dallas is playing the Giants. There's really no reason why you can't script a game plan that heavily features Lamb and Chase this week.
All right. I love it. Okay, let's do some reviewing real quick. We'll just start right there again. 2 touchdowns, maybe. maybe take a shot at this on some greediness with Chase, Lamb, A.J. Brown. Throw some Jameson Williams in there, maybe. Throw some Montgomery in there, maybe some Josh Allen, something like that. Games to go flying over the total. We'll look at KC, Detroit, and Cincinnati. That would make a good, nice 3-game parlay of overs, correct?
Yes.
We got our under parlay of Arizona, the Rams. Let's see,
And the 49ers.
The 49ers would be the main one there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have.
Well, I just think key players for me, and you use them however you want. But here are the guys that I would definitely, put and get involved somehow. It would be Etienne, right? Chase, Lamb, Jameson Williams, Montgomery, Kyron Williams, McCaffrey, Benson, Mahomes, and Mayfield. Those, I think I gave you 10 guys there. And, whether it's using them as, bumping up their numbers in order to get a price or just going with a conservative ticket, Montgomery to score a touchdown, it's going to happen. Chase to score 1 touchdown or Chase over 6.5 receptions. That's going to happen. McCaffrey to get more than 4.5 receptions. That's going to happen. Jameson Williams over 48.5 yards receiving. That's going to happen. And so you put some of these conservative things together, and that's fine. But like I said, that leaves room for you to say, okay, let's do the Chase 2 touchdowns, Lamb 2 touchdowns. I wouldn't even throw A.J. Brown in there, even though he's got something to prove. I'm just not.
Right.
I've lost confidence.
You might just get one and tell them to shut up.
I've lost, and the opponent is good. You're not gonna. Cincinnati and Jacksonville and Detroit and Dallas and the Giants could become runaway games, or basically low-profile games where you tend to see a single individual having a huge game. I mean, I don't know that I'd want to take anybody in a Philly-Kansas City game and say, the opponent just isn't good enough to stop this guy. Well, that's, not, in the Cincinnati-Jacksonville game, yes, I'd say that on both sides of the ball. On Philly and Kansas City, I'd say that on neither side of the ball. I mean, you're going to beat each other in this game by spreading the ball around, finding the weakness, as I've said before, in the Philly defense. And if that means that it's Hunt, that's scoring your touchdowns, or the backup tight end, or your third receiver, or whoever it is, it's going to be hard to predict who's going to lead that charge. But, it's a strength in numbers thing, and that's why to me, you're smarter to just say, well, okay, if you know they're going to throw 2 or 3 touchdown passes, you just can't predict who's going to be on the receiving end. Well, one thing for sure, who's going to be on the throwing end. So just stick with him. So anyway, that's
we started off slow and we ended up with a fury. I like it.
Well, that's kind of what I was mentioning at the beginning. Is that when we may see that a lot this year if we're going to be talking about the Western teams first, because who's the top offense among the 8 Western teams? Man, you talk about an ugly debate. I mean, you could argue
the Chargers, I guess.
Yes. The Rams, average. The 49ers, maybe below average. Arizona, average. Seattle, definitely below average. Kansas City, they've come down to about league average. Denver, they could be below league average. Raiders, you'd say below league average. So that leaves you with the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers are the one team that you would say, well, they're going to be above league average this year on offense, but they may not even be a top 8. They might be the 10. Chargers are number 10, the Rams are number 12, and these are the 2 best offenses you're talking about in the West. So we're going to talk about these Western games, and especially in the NFC West, where their schedule they're matched up against the South teams, both AFC and NFC. We're going to see a lot of matchups against Tennessee and against Carolina and against New Orleans and against
Bad
Houston.
teams. Yeah.
I mean, Indy. I mean, it's not bad teams necessarily all bad, but not high scoring. I mean, when you go up against Houston, as we saw last week with the Rams, you go up against Houston. Houston's not a great team, but they're good defensively. So you're going to have to struggle to score points in that game. So I mean, we ran into it this week: Rams, Tennessee, 49ers, New Orleans, Arizona, Carolina. Yawn.
Yeah. Sleepy time. It's like watching golf, maybe. And I do like golf, actually. Let's see here. So, not that I bet 1,000, but I call it the $1,000 Big Steve bet of the week. If I had to do one, last week was Tampa Bay. It's Detroit, right? This week? To me, it is.
Yes, that would be. I think the best, even better play. Or if you're talking about just the team, then I would say Detroit. But I would say even better play would be to take Detroit over their point total.
Detroit team,
because it's going to be under 30, right?
Yeah, it should be. Let's see what we got.
I mean,
that's always an interesting angle to veer off the spread. That's what I like about those total points. You don't have to worry about the other team per se. But man, if they get stuck in the mud like Washington did, then Green Bay sure did. Green Bay had the capability to score a lot more, I thought, than what they did. And that's what ended up screwing you on an alt line with them. Let's see here. Get me back off this Tampa game. And the Detroit team points. I can't imagine it being too crazy because the over-under.
Well, right.
So
because the total wasn't 50. And so if they're,
it's got to be around 27. Let's see here.
Yeah.
They moved things around on the sports book a little bit, so it's a little harder to find things. Baseline 26.5 for Detroit.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, and the good thing about Detroit is
they could have that at a half.
You mentioned they're not going to take their foot off the pedal. Detroit, of all the teams in the NFL, have that college football. We got to score a lot of points because the pollsters are watching, so next thing you know, Oregon's beating Oklahoma State 63-3 or whatever it is, and the NFL, you don't see that a lot, but you do see that with Detroit, and they'll run it up on you, especially in a game like this where. You think you're better off in Chicago, than you were here last year? Well, let me give you a reminder of just how good we are and what a good thing we are. And here, take this 41-21 shellacking where you guys needed to score 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter just to get to 21. But we don't care about that because on our end, we just want to go over 26.5. And, we're going to be there. We're going to be close to that by halftime.
Plus, that place is going to be loud. You just feel the energy all for Detroit in that one.
And like I said, you wouldn't expect in an NFL game that big headlines are, our old coach is now coaching this other team, and our new offensive coordinator sucks. And so it puts an emphasis on this game. Kind of fires up the fans. In some ways they're ready to boo if this new offensive coordinator doesn't come up with a lot better plan this week than he had last week. And so there's pressure on him. And then there will be a sigh of relief when the first time Detroit gets the ball and all of a sudden they look like last year. Oh, there goes Gibbs on a 20-yarder. Ooh, Williams caught a 20-yarder. Oh, Montgomery ran it in. We're up 7-0, 4.5 minutes to go in the game. All right, what were we worried about? I just think there's a lot about that game, that particular team. That you don't see this a lot in the NFL. What the old revenge motivation against the other team's coach. Well, the last time we talked about that,
Right.
Remember,
Right.
when Pete Carroll goes back to Seattle, they're which he already did in the preseason, by the way. But Pete, it'll be a story, but it won't be we got to show him. Or Pete Carroll's going to go into that game. Oh man, this is the most important game of my life. We need to have our best performance. No, there'll be a little motivation there. You'd like to win that game a little more than anything else. It won't be a huge factor in the game. This one here should be a huge factor. And the Detroit coach almost guarantees that he'll make this a big deal. He's telling he may not be telling the team this, but he's telling the coordinator right now that, hey, let's make this like the longest yard, where, we can just sit on the lead, but let's fake it and, let's fake a kneel and throw another long one to
Right.
Williams so that we can get over 50, I look forward to that game. I'd much rather be watching that game than, unfortunately, we're going to be stuck with the mighty 49ers. In the morning window.
All right, Dave. Enjoy week 2. Let's hope we cash.
All right, thanks.
All right, we'll talk
You
next
too.
week.
Yep, bye.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
wasted time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, several viewers all morning long, so keep it up. I like it. I've been posting to the NFL fan pages. Maybe that's paying off a little bit. If you're out there tailgating, getting ready for the game, whatever you are doing, going to Home Depot in your jersey, drinking your coffee, sitting in a hot tub or the sauna or the ice bath, a lot like probably Jaden Daniels is probably doing right now in order to rehab for his next game. Whatever you are doing, tune into the round robin here for the next couple of hours or so. Yeah, 2 hours. We try to get out by noon at the latest. If we're doing a good thing, maybe 11:30, 11:45. But this is all too important information that we all need to soak in. So get your pen and papers ready. That is key. And maybe I should tell you all that before the program starts at the beginning. I'll have to start to add that in. But we take notes as we go. You should take notes as well. And let's see what we can conjure up to have a very profitable day. And if you're counting everyone on the show, Nephew Dave, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you're counting everybody on the show, if we're having winning weeks, I mean, the Ant-Man is carrying us. He's our Josh Allen. I mean, he's won the last 2 Thursdays in a row, making the show a profitable one. But I'm proud to say with my little Bijan Robinson hit last week at 30-1 for the most receiving yards, I felt very good about finding that one. And he was a layup winner, won by about 50 yards in the clear. And we were able to celebrate that home. A little two-person, 1 touchdown scoring ticket with Zay Flowers and Keon Coleman at home. So we're happy with that. And then yesterday, on the I don't go out there saying it's my birthday, Dave, but I do want to win on my birthday weekend, which is Tuesday. So a satisfactory job yesterday with East Carolina and Southern Mississippi. They at least give us some good playing money for today to try to take that ever explosive thunder strike upon these sports books. Lightning strike, that would be. And this is the round robin. Nephew Dave, good morning again. What's up, man?
Morning. How we doing this morning?
We're doing good. We are broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. 65 years combined sports book and professional wagering experience. Dave Delgrandi did great with his segment. But as always, what we'll do now, Nephew Dave, we'll get to your let's go ahead and talk about your Commanders before Survivor.
All right.
Real quick. Why not? We do the State of the Union of the Washington Commanders with Nephew Dave, since he is our NFC East expert. And let's have you weigh in on your team's performance. And I told you beforehand, tough spot, much better game in October or November, I thought. And not only a tough spot, but a painful spot with the injuries, too. I mean, Eckler's done. The quarterback's limping around now. He might miss time. We'll see about that. So how things change from week 1, beating the Giants, Dave, right?
Yeah, Steve, it's that was the worst way to take it right there. I mean, you only lose the game by 9. You start to maybe turn up the heat a little bit when it's a little bit too late. Like you said, Steve, just kind of a bad spot. Week 2, short week. And, Steve, I've said it a couple times, that is probably the best defense we're going to see all year. In my mind, that could be the number 1 defense in the NFL. You add Parsons to that.
I think that's underrated still.
Oh, absolutely. And what he does for them just to make the other guy shine when he's on the field and he's on a bit of a snap count. Just pays huge dividends for the defense, where you have to, put all your focus into one guy, and then here comes the other guy. They're pretty good as well. Don't forget about them. So, Steve, some things that I didn't like, certainly. I'm not hitting the panic button or too overly concerned at the moment, but definitely some things that we saw that we didn't like that are a little worrisome. So we'll keep an eye on Jaden. I think he'll be good to go. You get, 10 days or so before the next game, so everybody gets to rest. Eckler, unfortunately, out for the year. That that obviously kind of sucks. But the running back room there is capable, so I think they'll pick up the slack in that area. Demetric Wise goes down for them, newly acquired this year. That really kind of stings as well. So Steve,
yeah, that was my Patriot. He's a good.
Yeah.
He was good too.
Yep, and we were excited to have him.
That was my reaction when I saw him go down. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, oh yeah. I believe he is done for the year as well. So Steve, we get the Raiders next. I think it's a good spot to probably get right a little bit.
And even the Falcons on the road there. At least it's not a long road trip. Manageable game to win as well. Classic game last year on Sunday Night Football.
Yep.
So you got a couple weeks to work with. A little bit tougher with the Chargers, but then the Bears at home and then the Cowboys. So it's harder second half of the schedule anyway.
Yeah,
All
absolutely. So you got to take advantage of what you got in front of you for sure.
All right. So worried, optimistic, just kind of sitting on the edge of your seats. What's the general feeling you think for the fan base right now?
I think it's okay, Steve. I mean, yeah, obviously we're a little worried about Jaden. So I think it's okay. In my mind, I'm okay. Like I said, take the 10 days. Coach will have him ready to play. So I don't think overly concerned right now, but definitely need to take advantage of the rest, and you need to have a good outing against the Raiders.
All right. Let's see here. I'm going to fire up the old sports book one more time. It seemed to work earlier this morning on the computer, although it says it wasn't. It actually kind of was. And let me add a little bit of chump change to get a ticket going. So we'll fire up all the fresh lines that, Dave, you have in front of you yourself. You'll run down the Survivor. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and put our Survivor graphic up. How about that?
All right.
I'm still part of the rust of just being in week 2 is the graphic parts. Like where's the Survivor pick little thing in this long library of text that I have going for the show. All right, Survivor picks, Dave. I think we have a lot. Let's just kind of mow through them, and I'll tell you what I think, and you can give me your take.
All right, Steve. We'll start off. Cleveland traveling to Baltimore, take on the Ravens. Over under 45.5, minus 12.5 for the Ravens at this moment.
Wow, that's gone up.
Yes, it has. So you kind of see what the book is
Scary,
thinking there.
scary.
Yeah, a little bit. So Steve, what's your take there?
I'm going to pass because a lot of people are going to take the Ravens, and the Browns are still a little bit of an unknown to me. So I think there's better plays on the board. I'll save the Ravens for when I need them later on and keep them in the bank as a quote unquote better team. So I'll pass on Survivor on this.
I think so as well. Week 2, probably not the best spot to have to use the Ravens. All right, Jacksonville is in Cincinnati, over under 49.5, minus 3.5 for the Bengals here, Steve.
I'm going to pass, Dave. No Survivor.
All right, I will pass on that one as well. Giants are in Dallas taking on the Cowboys, over under 44.5 with a minus 4.5 for the Cowboys.
I think you could actually consider the Cowboys, except the one thing for them is they seem to have plenty of opportunity down the road. They have a lot of other teams like Carolina and their scope, Arizona. I think you sit back for now and maybe use them against Carolina, which a lot of people will probably do. So maybe that makes them even a good pick. I'm not going to argue you if you want to.
No, I mean, you certainly could if you wanted to, obviously try and get through. But also, Steve, a divisional game, so I think it's probably better to use them somewhere else, right. As you said. Buffalo taking on the Jets. That one's in New York. 47.5 is the number, and it's going to be a minus 6.5 for the Bills. Obviously, it's the Bills, Steve, but I think I would wait.
I'm going to pass on that, Dave. You got the Bills play Cleveland. I saw they have a couple easy matchups that they can win, and again, just maybe even as a hard team when you need them the most.
Right. All right, how about this one? The LA Rams taking on Tennessee. The game is in Tennessee. Over under 41.5, a -5.5 number for the Rams. Steve, that is my pick of the week right there. I think this is a great time.
I think it's a great time too to take the Rams. I completely agree. I right now have another pick, but then I heard the early this morning as I was actually working before the show started. I was up at the crack of dawn, 5 a.m. pretty much, 5:15 anyway, and did a little bit of work, and I had some late night replays. And again, another reason why we do the show, not only the experience, long experience that I've mentioned of 65 years combined sportsbook and wagering, if you're just tuning in, but the fact that there is no live content on early in the morning, everything's kind of a replay. So we're able to provide that at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I did get the replay was from yesterday or last night, but the big Circus Survivor contest that they have out there, which is, let's see, whatever $1,000 adds up to for about $16 million, right? So that is, I think there's 100,000 and 100,000. Okay, so there's 100,000, which for the million, yeah, it's whatever. Even me with my good math, that's a lot of people, and the majority of those had Arizona today.
Okay.
So I have Arizona locked into my big one, and I think that's going to be a pullback here. 80 moment I get before kickoff. If I can remember, I might want to change this pick. So, and if I do, I think it's the Rams for sure.
All right.
Yep.
All right. The Bears are in Detroit taking on the Lions. Your number is 46.5. -6 is what I'm seeing right now, Steve, for Detroit. And that's a divisional game. Again, I think wait.
I talked about it with Dave Del Grande, and we'll get to it when we talk about this, but I think the Bears or the Lions -6.5 is the Big Steve lock $100,000 bet of the day. It probably should be the Rams on the road there, but I'll take Detroit at home. And if you want to use them for Survivor, fine. They have winnable games down the road as well. So they're just in my bank. I'm not confident in Chicago today. If you wanted to use Detroit, fair game to me.
All right. The Seahawks are in Pittsburgh taking on the Steelers. Your number there, 40.5, with a -3.5 here for the Steelers.
I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised with Pittsburgh here at the end of the day. I think this is another game that could be won handily. I know Dave Del Grande likes the Seattle defense. There's a lot of talk for the Seattle defense. I saw Seattle play last week. Yeah, they might have looked good defensively, but at the end of the day, that was against a semi-pitiful 49ers offense. So you're going to have to kind of prove it to me some more against Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And your old teammate DK Metcalf, who has every ambition in the world to torch you today, mind you, and the capability to. So good luck with that, Sam Darnold and company. And I think we could see I think the Steelers rebound on defense, and this could be a walk. So if you wanted to get frisky, I don't think many people are going to take Pittsburgh. They might be a decent play to take, just in that wild regard.
I think we have a couple alt numbers here. I was talking with Ant. He took one. I took one. I may have taken them twice, two different numbers, but I like the Steelers today as well.
All right, nice. Okay.
All right, I feel like for a game that just doesn't really seem that interesting to me, we'll have maybe a little bit more to say about it when we get to this game than we think. The Niners are in New Orleans taking on the Saints. 40.5 is the number. -3 for the Niners, Steve.
No Survivor for me. Del Grande likes the 49ers today. But Dave, if you look at the rest of the slate, and let's just kind of be honest, maybe we just get to doing the picks. I mean, is there anyone else you'd rather maybe consider? I think everything else is kind of stay away from here on out, right?
Everything else does not look very enticing for Survivor, to be honest with you.
So most of our candidates are right here at the top of the list.
Yeah.
So that's the Rams one. If you wanted to be frisky on Pittsburgh or Dallas, you could.
Maybe the Chargers, Steve, if you wanted to.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Facing the Raiders. I don't have a lot of faith in the Raiders just yet.
Right.
I think the Chargers are the better team.
Oh, we're skipping over Arizona. I mean, that's kind of an obvious one.
Right.
The spread is now up to 7 over Carolina. Man, can't you just see Carolina winning that game somehow, though?
I could see him, Yeah, I could see him covering.
Yeah, so that is a sketchy game to me. I do like the under in that game, and we'll get to that more. So, I mean, Falcons-Vikings, you wouldn't do that.
No.
That's 3.5, 44.5. And then, no one's taking the Texans and the Buccaneers and Survivor.
No.
Let's just be honest. You might have 1 or 2 Philly people over the Chiefs. But again, I think that's ambitious. And I don't think anyone's taking Detroit and Indianapolis, are they?
No.
Where's your line on Denver at right now?
It's 2.5.
Yeah, so that's been up to Denver overnight as well. They were closer to a 1-point favorite, I believe, earlier in the week, if I'm correct.
Kind of an interesting game there as well.
Right. No one's taking Miami and New England as Survivor.
No.
Okay. All right. Sorry if I killed your job, but I'm like, wait a minute. I feel like we have 8 teams for Survivor. Who's left?
Yeah, well, it really wasn't much. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. A list of
games we're gonna pass on.
Just competitive more than anything.
Right.
I mean, do you think these games have a chance to be super entertaining today? Let me ask you this. I mean, we just have nice weather everywhere.
All right.
Weather's not an issue. Any of these stadiums. I mean, is there a chance that we just see a ton of points today?
Well, yeah, I think, nice weather always helps that cause. You kind of see that within, colleges, as you mentioned off the air. You've seen it in your soccer games when they've got a nice day there, a nice clear day on the pitch. So I think it's possible. Sure.
I would at least, this is a good example. Don't maybe bet the Rams in Tennessee over because it's a nice day in Nashville.
That one I wouldn't do.
Well,
no.
Maybe the Rams alternate team points,
Right.
That's where you consider them, I think. And I don't know, man. Why do I see the Bills and Jets just running up and down the field? Hey, that was a great call last week, though. I'll say that. Everyone loved the under in the Jets and the Steelers, Dave.
Right.
And,
yep.
Here's little old Steve down in the Deep End Studios who said, not so fast when this game's 35-34 and Justin Fields is running all over the place and Aaron Rodgers has 4 touchdowns. Game ends 34-32. And I did not bet at 35-34. And I was screaming for that game not to end 35-34 for that fact alone. All right, you want to get to the slate?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Get your pens and paper ready, guys. If you didn't have it ready on your warning before, you need it now, or at least your mental notes better be strong for everything that we're going to go through. So the Ravens, I see 11.5, Dave. You have 12.5, 45.5. So that number's walking all over this morning with the game at home against the Browns. And the Ravens, we last saw them. Both of these teams lost in crazy fashion last week. That's one, right? And the Ravens blow the lead late. I mean, we're talking late. We're talking, a 15-point lead in 4 minutes or something like that?
It was, So it was 2 scores.
Pretty inexcusable. And the Browns couldn't get it home with their rookie field goal kicker, a game that they made. Cincinnati really looked really mediocre or not, even below average, to be honest. Makes you wonder about Cincinnati at 49.5 today, just because of the way that they are held down last week. So to me, this is a great unknown. Of all the games today, Dave, it's an unknown one. I get it. I guess the Ravens can blow them out, but I'm not going to lay the points here. Am I going to take the points? Nah, probably not. I think your best play, if you wanted to play it, would be an over. I don't have that yet on my list. This is kind of the first I thought of it. But Joe Flacco, I think, has the capability in Baltimore to kind of put up some points today. And we know that the Ravens are going to move the ball probably. I mean, are they? The Browns defense is good. But maybe just take a shot on the over, I guess. And if you have if you want to play it, and hopefully you can get your money home. I mean, Derrick Henry's minus 210 for a touchdown. Zay Flowers plus 140. Lamar came home last week, plus 176. Mark Andrews, this is the kind of game I think we could see him involved, Dave. What do you have? What do you have for a Mark Andrews touchdown?
For a Mark Andrews touchdown, we have plus 180.
All right, I see plus 190. Dylan Sampson plus 210. Interesting. We'll see if he gets incorporated here more with Cleveland. Jerry Jeudy plus 290. David Njoku. On the flip side, I kind of like Njoku as well today. Finding maybe some seams in that in the Ravens. I don't know. I don't know if you can call them a good defense after what we saw last week.
Right.
They have some things they need to prove on that side of the football. Justice Hills plus 360. And then your longer shots would be, I mean, there's a lot of long shots on the board for this game. I mean, I see Isaiah Bond, Jamari Thrash, Tylan Wallace, Devontae Walker, Zier Mitchell Payton, Blake Whiteheart. I mean, these are all names unknown to me, Dave. LaChante Wester, Raheem Sanders, DeAndre Carter. All these guys are at 10 to 1 or worse, or better, depending on the way you look at it. Longer odds, we shall say. Closer to 30 to 1 for the longest. And then Mark Andrews, again, I think I'm just going to look for him, Dave, maybe on some things. Throw him in with some tight ends, a tight end ticket. I think he gets one for sure. Just to throw it out there. I'm not solid on it, but he will have his 2 touchdown game at some point. And we waited last year.
Right.
And we struck gold on it right at the right time. 13 to 1, maybe on some smaller ticket. We put Mark Andrews on there today. The quarterback props here. Let's see. Lamar's at 212.5. Joe Flacco's 240.5. The 3 touchdowns today for Lamar Jackson is at plus 265. I think I'll pass on that. But you can find me signing up for 3 Joe Flacco touchdown passes, Dave, somewhere at plus 750.
Right.
I mean, that's a good number right there. See, that's the beauty of these sports books. I mean, this is how you get a nice paydays when you can stack a Joe Flacco with 3 touchdown passing prop. It's not something that people are thinking of, but you ask yourself, can Joe Flacco throw 3 touchdowns against the Ravens defense that we saw on Sunday night against Buffalo? Heck yeah, he can. He certainly can. So I think that makes Jerry Jeudy an attractive player for 2 touchdowns on Cleveland's side of the ball, Dave. And we need to come up with a 2 touchdown guy for our touchdown madness ticket, which if you're new to the show, that's us building a ticket along with you of long shots of 2 touchdown scorers. We've actually hit home on this with the 2s, close to 4 even at some point, and just not your average names on the board. We'll look at that list in a second. But Jerry Jeudy at 58.5 yards seems low to me. Mark Andrews 39.5 seems low to me. Even Zay Flowers at 62.5 seems a little bit low. And Njoku seems a little bit low to me at 42.5. There's Cedric Tillman at 46.5. All those seem kind of low. I mean, we have nice weather again. So maybe the over is the play. We always like Derrick Henry receive yards. 15 yards, Dave. I got plus 265.
I was looking at that myself actually last night, Steven. It was man, I got it at 15 at plus 234. Yeah, that's been something I've been looking at as well.
So I'm going to start a running back receiver list, or a receive yard list, and I'll throw Derrick Henry on there as well. So sign me up for some Flacco touchdowns. Sign me up for some receive yards by Derrick Henry, and maybe I'll just blanket these receivers, a couple of them, on some sort of a longer receiver ticket for some games. See if I can get 6 or 7 on their baselines to hit. Or just jack them up a hair to get a nice plus number. All right, Dave. So your thoughts on this game?
My thoughts, Steve. I like the. I have a tight end touchdown scoring ticket of 4 guys. Mark Andrews is certainly one of them. I like Baltimore to kind of realize what happened last week and come out with a really good effort. So I did play an alternate spread for them. It was somewhere around 17 or 19 or something like that in a blowout fashion. And I like the Lamar rushing yards. I took him. I have a quarterback rushing ticket, and he was the top of it with 50. So we'll go with some Lamar stuff, all Ravens. But here's the thing, Steve. Also, if we're looking for a good odds on a touchdown score, he did it last week for the Browns. Cedric Tillman at 4-1 for 1 touchdown. I like his yards that you mentioned at 46.5. He's somebody, like, if he does what he did last week, he might get some props home. So I think there's definitely some stuff in here, Steve. Give me Tillman. Give me the Lamar rushing yards, and give me a blowout by the Ravens.
Okay. All right. So some points on that side of the ball for the Ravens. And so if it's going to be a blowout and you think that Cleveland can still do a little bit, and obviously this is
absolutely
an over game.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go to 2 touchdown madness for this game. And let's get a good 2 touchdown scorer. I don't want to go to my tickets. I just want to see the 2 touchdown scores. Okay. They actually offer you 4 touchdown scores nowadays.
Wow.
Derrick Henry's the only one listed at 55. 55-1 for Derrick Henry for 4 touchdowns today. Put it this way, Dave. Derrick Henry's sitting on the bench well after his third touchdown.
Yeah.
Soon after his third touchdown.
Yeah.
Because that will be a massacre at that point. And then that's when he bet Justice Hill for maybe 2.
Right.
Okay. And just strategy in general for week 2. I should have mentioned this before we started the games. It is a little bit approach with caution kind of scenario. Know that there's always that one September week where the public does really, really, really good. Okay? And these games are kind of lined up for that to actually today to happen, at least to me, where Pittsburgh is a short favorite, covers. The Rams cover as a short favorite. Detroit covers against the Bears. The Cowboys cover. Okay? If all those favorites win, then it's going to be a bloodbath for the sports books. So they are on high red alert. And we'll see some of the numbers get adjusted big time if we get some flexing of the muscles today. So it's a little bit from an approach, cautious approach, but the weather is beautiful out, and some of these better teams could really excel. So that's kind of my mindset as a professional going into this weekend. All right, Dave, for 2 touchdowns, we mentioned that Jerry Jeudy is good enough for me, 25-1. What do you think?
All right. Sign him up.
Okay. Next game. We just mentioned that the Rams and Titans -5.5, 41.5. To me, this is a wax job. I think the Rams can name their number. Though Grandy knows the Rams well. That's why he's our West Coast expert. They'll just grind this game down once they get the lead. And then it's Kyren Williams time for the most part. And they slow bludgeoning death of the Tennessee Titans today, where they are having their home opener with the rookie quarterback, Cam Ward. Okay, so for the passing props, we'll start there. And Cam Ward, we last saw him. He wasn't rushing. He's the only quarterback for us not rushing. We do love our rushing quarterbacks. Oh, yes, there's another point I was going to make, Dave. When you mentioned the Lamar rushing, that is a general trend we are watching on the show that is not talked about, and that is the increase of running by these quarterbacks. Okay, so pay attention to that. You're not hearing anything like that out in the mainstream media. You're just listening about their teasers and trying to get closing line value. You're not hearing about how these quarterbacks are having a renaissance of rushing. But no thanks to Cam Ward, who didn't do any of that last week in Denver.
Right.
As he will host Matthew Stafford. We don't expect him to run either, for sure. Stafford likely to end up with -3 rushing yards on the afternoon from his 3 kneel downs at the end of the game when his game is 24-6. So give me a blowout, Dave, by the Rams. I think that's just the best play on the board. I'm not going to get too fancy with the props here, although I could see Puka having a big game. I could see Devontae Adams even getting involved. But why not stress it if you don't need to? And if you have Kyren Williams running the ball to success, which I think he can today. Is the Tennessee defense decent the way that they held up against Denver? No, we'll find out today. But to me, this is better coach, better quarterback, better skill guys, and their defense at least matches Tennessee. So at the end of the day, this is the Rams in a romper. I would say that's the best play. That is the survivor pick. I should make it the big Steve lock of the week over. I'll give that to you guys official. I'm going to weigh that one up in the air. But it's between the Rams and the Lions. I don't think you could go wrong either way. Parlay them both. How about that? But I'll give you the one for the record here at the end of the show. But they're on the list, the Rams. It's a walk, Dave. I'm not too sure I want to get overly prop-oriented if I just think the Rams are going to beat them, and that's the best play.
Right.
So what do you think here?
So, yeah, Steve, first off, Survivor in the big money pool that I'm in. So let's focus on that really top of the list. I think I did move the Rams number to 9.5, I believe it was, to get a plus number out of it. It's in one of those spread parlays. But the other thing that I really like here, Steve, I like Puka for 90 and a score today in a same game parlay. I believe that was plus 266. So I have a 3-leg going on, and he's one of the guys for 90. It was kind of a climb the ladder type deal. So give me some Puka and give me the Rams outright.
All right, Puka Nacua, I think is a solid play today. His counterpart, Devontae Adams, 60.5 for him. Ridley checks in 55.5. The rookie A.O. Manor, who had some controversy last week, is at 33-1. Let's see. Okonkwo, 28.5. Maybe he's the one guy that gets over for Tennessee. Man, the Rams seem like they have a decent defense. Kyren Williams, 10.5. That seems a little low.
Right.
For receiving yards to me. So maybe I'll put him on the list with Derrick Henry for some running back receiver yards. The one thing I haven't conjured up, Dave, is single touchdown players, and I have not done running back receive. Besides that, I think I'm pretty much covered for my tickets. Let's see. Anytime touchdown for these guys today. Well, let's get to the passing first. Stafford is a modest payout of plus 320. Not decent for 3 touchdowns, to be honest. If they decide they want to come out and light these guys up, I mean, they could do it.
Right.
Cam Ward is 11-1 for 3 scores. Pass on that. But best play for me, Dave, the Rams, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, any other random touchdown scores before madness? I mean, Higbee at plus 350. Tutu Atwell, he will get involved at some point. plus 560. Higbee isn't the worst on a tight end round robin parlay, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say that, or Ridley would be a consideration as well. If they're gonna score, somebody's got to do it, and it's probably gonna be him.
He dropped. He had some bad drops last week, but you got to imagine he'll correct that. He has Calvin Ridley. All right, 2 touchdown madness. Let's take a look at this. I'm not super interested in 2 touchdown guys this game.
This one's tougher.
This one's tougher for sure. Kyron Williams plus 430. I do have him on some tickets already, actually, for 2. Pollard 5-1. Puka plus 950. Not the worst for Puka, right? 12-1 for Devontae. Ridley 27-1. Higbee 35-1. Okonkwo 60-1. How about the Rams defense? 80-1 against Cam Ward today. And that's interesting, right?
That is.
Tutu Atwell 80-1. You can see a defensive touchdown by a few of these teams today. So I'll mark the Rams down just for some other kind of random ticket. All right. There's some interesting ones here, Dave, for madness. I mean, I almost feel like we could do the Ringer Nakua.
Steve, I was just about to say, go ahead and throw Nakua on there.
Just because I feel like that could be a ringer type of play. And he's at plus 950. That's juiced up plenty good. All right, let's find some long shots, though, to pair these guys together. Next game on the board, again, a blowout to me. It's Detroit 6.5, 46.5. The under is way too light. The spread's way too light. This has 41-21 written all over it to me. Both of these coaches go for it on 4th down. Okay? So that's good. You either make it or you don't. And then you have good field position wherever you are. They're going to try to outsmart each other. At the end of the day, I think the Lions know Ben Johnson more than Ben Johnson knows the Lions at this point, because the Lions are able to swerve their game plan a little bit. So I think this is an advantage Campbell in the coaching area. And again, I mean, if I were drafting teams in the backyard of someone's house on the street, Dave, and I can pick Caleb Williams or Jared Goff as my quarterback, I'm taking Goff all day. Running backs, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery all day. The receivers get interesting. You have some fun ones with Adunze and DJ Moore and all that. But, I mean, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have Jameson Williams. We have good tight ends, decent sides. So points aplenty. But the Lions are going to right the ship here after their bad loss at Green Bay. You just got to think that they will. And the Bears, let's face it, it looked like they were playing really, really hard just to get what they did. You know?
Right.
Last week against Minnesota, and Minnesota had enough to pull it out in the end. So I'm not sure the Bears' psyche. It is shorter rest. Bad spot for the Bears, just overall. I mean, this is the Lions are ready to feast, literally. They haven't been fed in a while. So might as well be the lowly old Chicago Bears, who everyone wants to do well. I mean, everyone wants them to do good. But their schedule is brutal. So they may start off bad, and this could be a part of it. So give me the Lions. Bill Grandy loves Montgomery at even money to score a touchdown. Gibbs is minus 160. St. Brown's plus 120. Sweats plus 165. DJ Moore plus 185. Laporta plus 195. Jameson Williams plus 220. Roma Dunze plus 220. Dave's guy, Zacchaeus, who did pretty good.
He did.
Actually.
Yeah.
So he's a guy I would actually look at prop-wise for the Bears, being the third receiver. Plus 460 for him. And then, in fact, we'll look at that here in a second. Yeah, I went through Jameson Williams. Let's see here. Receiving wise, again, this is why I love this program, is because as much as I've been going through stuff, this play hasn't really hit me when I get ready to load on here, and that is the Zacchaeus receiving yards. Let's see, 50 yards is plus 480. 60 yards is 8-1, Dave.
I love that. I mean, he had a lot of opportunity last week.
Hopefully that's not my phone smashing on the studio floor as I write Zacchaeus down out of complete excitement for 60 yards at 80-1 or at 8-1 plus 800 is what it is. All right, so that's an interesting one. In fact, maybe we'll throw. Yeah, this is a higher scoring game. We can pick a couple guys from this game for 2 touchdown madness. And maybe we'll throw Zacchaeus in there. That is stuff we need to look at. Okay, let's see here. We haven't really needed to talk about rushing quarterbacks yet, except for Lamar. And Caleb Williams would be our only other one in this one. Goff's not going to run the ball. That's obvious to everyone in the universe. Do they have Goff for a rushing prop anyway? Let's see. Nope. And Caleb Williams is at 27.5 for his baseline. He's elevated, and Detroit's good. So generally, I'm not super excited about trying to take Caleb Williams today. I just think this is a Detroit feast-a-thon. Johnny Square play. Joe Public play of the day.
Right.
The bookies are going to wish they had the Lions minus 27.5 or something by the time this one ends. So thoughts here, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Lions in a bit of a route here. I took Gibbs for 2. He's on a 2 touchdown ticket. Sam Laporta, guy who's loved here in the studio, he is on that tight end touchdown ticket. So I like most things Detroit here, Steve. I'm gonna side with you, but I am gonna go against the grain a little bit. If they're gonna be coming after him, Caleb Williams for 40 rush yards was a plus number. He's in that quarterback ticket. He's gonna have to try and get something going with his legs, I'm sure. And like I said, if they're going to be pinning their ears back and coming after him, he still has the capability to at least bust off a couple yards. So hopefully he can get up to 40. So that is the Bears prop that I do like, Steve. Everything else is pretty much the Lions.
I think you can put David Montgomery on a 2 touchdown ticket at plus 650. I think you can also put Jameson Williams on a 2 touchdown ticket at 19-1. Montgomery's paying good today for him. Del Grande loves him too as well. Our boy Zacchaeus 55-1 for 2 scores. Let's throw them both on there, Jameson Williams and Zacchaeus.
All right.
And now we have a nice ticket with Judy and Nakua going. And these are no names guys. I mean, these are random guys who can definitely score twice today, especially if the Bears are playing catch up. Why not the third receiver, right?
Right.
DJ Moore 17-1, Swift 12-1, Laporta 17-1 for 2. Jahmyr Gibbs is the favorite at plus 380. I rarely take Montgomery over Gibbs, but it's going to be grassroots, I think, for Detroit against their old coach today. So let's just pound him. Let's remind him what he had when he was here. The unforgotten soul in David Montgomery.
Right. Montgomery on my fantasy team as well.
When Jahmyr Gibbs is around. Cole Kmet 70-1 for 2 touchdowns. Colston Loveland is at 60-1. All right, so we're in agreement with basically everything so far.
Just about so far.
Bills are at the Jets, 6.5, 47.5. And now there's a lot of Jets love out there this week. Del Grande likes their offense or just thinks it'll be one of the higher scoring teams in the league. Remember, we were kind of talking about that?
Yep.
The Jets, we kind of laughed about it. Yet they had the 34-32 game last week. And I think that's just the chaos of Justin Fields altogether. That just kind of helps create that madness. But how do you beat chaos? With further chaos. And that's the Buffalo Bills, to be honest. You have no idea what they're getting ready to do with Josh Allen, who can run it in himself from 50 yards away. Is it the worst ticket in the world to have Fields and Allen on a 2-touchdown ticket running today? I don't think so.
Not at all.
Pair them together. I mean, you'll get $10 for a couple $100 or something like that. They both score. This is a higher scoring game than me. I think Buffalo definitely gets theirs. I'm worried about the Jets getting theirs. So rather than trying to take Buffalo on an alt line or anything, I think the better approach is to take Buffalo on their team point total. And their team total today.
Steve, I have 60-1 for both the quarterbacks for 2.
Wow, do you really?
Yep.
Is that in a special or is that on a?
That's a same game. That's just straight up each of them for 2.
So $10 wins 600.
Yep. That's probably going to get played, to be honest with you.
Right. Buffalo 26.5 is their total team points. I think they get into the low 30s at least for the Bills. I'm not going to trust the Jets at 20.5. They might get stuck at 17 or 20, to be honest. I mean, if this is 38-20, not going to be surprised. We'll see if the Jets can hang in there. So passing prop wise, baseline 190.5 for Fields, 234.5 for Allen. Touchdown passes, Josh Allen plus 360 for 3. Justin Fields 11-1 for 3. I think you can throw Josh Allen on a ticket for 3, or at 2 touchdowns. He's at minus 110. If you're gonna, that's another fun bet to do, is find 5 or 6 or 7 quarterbacks for over 1.5 touchdown passes. And I think Josh Allen can be on that list today as well. So definitely a few angles and ways to approach this. I mean, Breece Hall came in for me on the receive game last week. I would expect the same this week. I think you can add Breece Hall to the running back receive list that we have going on with Kyron Williams, Derrick Henry. I don't have a piece of Hall in anything, so this would be a good way for me to get some of him in this game today. I mean, we saw what he did right off the bat last week. He was money. So maybe the same game plan for the Jets against the Bills team, who quite frankly isn't the best at tackling. Let's be honest.
Right.
I'd like to see Keon Coleman emerge more. He's kind of on a watchdog look alert, just in case he does. I have him somewhere for 80 yards at 4-1 odds. Garrett Wilson was great last week. A couple touchdowns for him, right?
Yep.
Or at least one.
He had one, yeah.
Yeah, he had one. So I have him on a 10 touchdown ticket somewhere. So he's off to a good start with that. Let's see. James Cook, 13.5 receive yards. Kincaid, 31.5. I mean, Dalton Kincaid is just so hit or miss, man. Josh Palmer, 30.5. Mason Taylor, 19.5. Dawson Knox, 12.5. Seems low to me. Receive yards. Can we get an alternate number on him? No, but if you're going to go through and do like one longer ticket of receivers, like I was talking about earlier in that Baltimore game, Dave,
right?
We're like, yeah, a bunch of these receivers could get over that number. I think you throw in as you're going through these games, go ahead and throw in a Dawson Knox.
What
12.5?
What yards do you like? Where do you want it?
Oh, for Knox, what is he paying for 20?
For 20?
Yeah.
So I would have to go to 25.
Yep.
But plus 245.
Yeah, okay. I'd like a little bit better payout.
Yeah.
For him for that. Maybe just stick him.
But now, Steve, if he was to get to 40, now you're kind of talking. Plus 630.
Right. Now you're cooking with gas.
You go figure that, but if he were to get there, that's a pretty good number.
Okay. Josh Allen's an auto play for 2 touchdowns. He always is. 2 touchdown scores in this Bills-Jets game. Cook is plus 490. Allen's 5-1. Brees Hall 9-1. Fields 11-1. Yeah, you're going to get paid good with Allen and Fields, right?
Mhm.
How's Fields 11-1? Braylon Allen 16-1. Garrett Wilson 19-1. Shakir 20-1. Keon Coleman 22-1. Kincaid 27-1. Palmer 35-1. Ray Davis 75-1. There's Dawson Knox 100-1. Ty Johnson 125-1. All for Buffalo. Let's throw in Keon Coleman since we brought him up into 2-touchdown madness. Why not?
Why not?
That's an obscure player. And we have right now, if you're catching up with us, jot this randomness down for 2 touchdowns. It is Jameson Williams in the Detroit game. It is Zacchaeus in the same game with the Bears. We have Jerry Jeudy. We have Puka as a ringer. Puka Nacua as our ringer play. And longer shot Keon Coleman for the Bills. Even put $1 on Jeudy and Coleman for 2 together. That's a random ticket no one has.
Right,
you know?
right.
And that's what makes this kind of thing fun. You can put 50 cents on that to win probably $100 is what the payout would be.
Right.
And it could happen.
Yeah.
It could happen. So Keon Coleman goes on our ticket. We'll have to play around with that some more as we go with some 2s. Let's see here. Next game on the board. We got about 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 games after this one in the early window, 1 p.m. Eastern. So let's march through a few more, and we'll take a break. We'll get to my Patriots in 3 games, and then we're going to take a commercial break because, quite frankly, I left my water in the sports lounge out there, and I'm going to retrieve it and keep this throat from completely drying out. But we can talk these 3 games. Giants, Cowboys. What line do you see here?
I have 4.5 for the Cowboys.
All right, me too. 44.5. In this game, again, Johnny Square play public. I mean, excuse me. I mean, we've had a bunch of those. Man, this could be a bloodbath. Bloodbath, especially if Dallas beats the Giants handily. You're not asking to cover a super big spread. Will the game end 24-20? Yeah, maybe. Could the Giants win? Yeah, maybe. Could the Cowboys win this 34-14? Yes. Can the Giants win 34-13-14? I don't think so.
No.
We had the better quarterback in Dak. He impressed me in Philly. We had the better receivers in Dallas. The running game is probably a wash, although you liked what you saw from Dallas and their offensive line. And quite frankly, I can't trust the Giants. So I saw what they did last week. As good as they looked in the preseason, you came out of that game with Washington. Like, what have you been doing, Giants? And it could literally be the curse of Russell Wilson, which, years 1 or 2, every time we brought him up, Anthony can't stand Russell Wilson. So we have the scream sound effect for him there. And again, I mean, I don't know. Give me the Cowboys, Dave.
Yeah.
And there's Johnny Squid. I'm not the Cowboy lover, but I'm not going to overcomplicate things. If I lose, so be it today. I mean, but I'm not going to take Tennessee. I'm not going to take the Bears. I love underdogs. I love them. I'm not taking the Giants. So I'm going to pile on with these favorites. And it's CD Lamb, Dave, to me.
Yep.
If you want to throw Dak on that 1.5 touchdown pass list of quarterbacks, I think you do it. I'll tell you what, all these bad teams can go on the interception list, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
If we want to work our way backwards, you can throw Russell Wilson on there. You can throw Cam Ward on there. You can throw Caleb Williams on there. Let's see.
So you got Wilson, Williams, and Ward, right?
Yeah. I'm good with that for now.
All right.
And then, I mean, I'm not going to trust Russell Wilson. I am not at the end of the day. Neighbors is plus 135 for a score. CD Lamb is plus 105. Bet that straight if you want for $500 today. You know?
Right.
Tyrone Tracy plus 140. George Pickens plus 165. Jake Ferguson plus 260. Darius Slayton plus 350. All right. Scatterbo 5-1. Big D, I think Dallas just gets it done at home here in their home opener. I really, really do. CD is at 78.5 receiving yards. I think he goes over that. Neighbors is 76.5. Pickens 56.5 for him. He'll be close. I think this is just a CD type of day, to be honest. He's going to find his redemption from last week. Jake Ferguson, 38.5. Darius Slayton did nothing for us last week, 24.5. Theo Johnson, maybe one day he'll emerge when we get Jackson Dart in there. Not today, Theo, 21.5 for you. Quarterback rushing yards is a no-go. Although Russell Wilson is interesting because he does like to run the ball, right?
Yeah. He has to.
Russell Wilson for 30 yards rushing is at plus 350.
Interesting.
All right, so just names. We're not kind of thinking up of off the bat. We're going to throw on some list here. The Zacchaeus of the world, the Russell Wilsons
right.
of the world. We'll make some map some kind of random parlay with these guys at the end. I feel like I should have more notes. Like Dale Grandy said, the games that would kind of start the slate are kind of ho-hum one way or the other. So this is one-way traffic for you, Dave?
Yeah, Steve. I like the Cowboys on an alt play here. I think I took them to 13.5 or maybe 12.5. It was a lot more than 4.5. I'll tell you that much. Javonte Williams found himself on a 2-touchdown ticket. Obviously, like you said, Steve, we like him for 2. We like him for 1. He's on one of those as well. And you know, it's like you say, Steve, it's kind of looking rather obvious in some of these games. It feels like I also have CD Lamb for 100 and a score in that receivers ticket I have going on. So I think it's pretty much everything you want Cowboys here.
I would be surprised if the Giants just don't do much at all. I don't want anything to do with them. I'm afraid of the over here. This is the one game I don't know if we're going to get any help from the Giants to get over.
Right.
And the Cowboys could settle at 24 points or something like that. So I'll be cautious with the team totals. CD Lamb is on a 2-touchdown ticket. Javonte Williams is plus 550. CD is 7-1. Neighbors is 10-1. Pickens is 13-1. Ferguson is 25-1. Slayton 35-1. I just don't want any of those Giants. It gets interesting with like Avante Turpin 75-1. Miles Sanders 60-1. Dak Prescott's 80-1. Scatterbo 80-1. Jalen Tolbert at 100-1. Dave is a very interesting play for 2-touchdown madness. To be honest,
yeah, no
I'll
doubt.
throw him on that ticket.
Yeah, absolutely,
because he's going to skyrocket the payout here, and let's not be shocked if Jalen Tolbert ends up with a couple of touchdowns. He was targeted in the end zone, I think at least once. At least once.
He's going to get his targets. I mean, the opportunities will be there. So definitely throw him in there.
I wonder what his receive yards are, too. That'd be an interesting one. Let's see. The Tolbert receive yards. Oh, yeah. 50 yards is 11-1.
Wow.
40 yards is plus 750. 30 yards plus 390. Again, that's why we do the show. So even like a Tolbert Zacchaeus alternate over on their yards.
Right.
That's a great payout today. The other guy that you throw in is, we'll talk about him coming up, but Austin with the Steelers.
Yes, yep.
He fits this mold of the Tolberts, Zacchaeus of the worlds, who could come under the radar as a third receiver today.
There's a interesting receivers ticket about to be made here, Steve, as we go.
Yeah. See, I told you we covered all angles. I told the audience we covered all angles. Okay, you got to think outside the box a little bit, people. I mean, it's just not going to be Derrick Henry and Kyron Williams every week. You want to play them, but you got to play some other stuff and get sneaky. And if you can parlay Jalen Tolbert at 100-1 with a Keon Coleman at 22-1 and get a Zacchaeus with 2 touchdowns somehow, then you are having a fantastic, not only day in football, but your year is set.
Yeah.
You're good for the season if something like that happens. That's why we got to play it. And it's just pennies on the dollar, too. You don't have to invest much. So that's the name of the game here, people. Why go get your $10 lottery ticket scratch off at the 7-Eleven when we can give you 2 touchdown madness parlay craziness? All right, and that list again, just if you want to catch up, is Zacchaeus, Jameson Williams, Judy, Nakua, Keon Coleman, Jalen Tolbert. All right. Anything else for you on this game, Dave?
No, Steve, I think we pretty much covered the bases there.
Dak Prescott passing 3 touchdowns today. I think you can put that on a ticket. And he is at plus 235 for that. Russell Wilson for 3 touchdowns today is at plus 520. All right. My man Mac Jones gets to start for the 49ers in New Orleans. The 49ers lay 3, 40.5. I mean, McCaffrey looks like the lone play here, Dave.
Yeah.
I mean, he is minus 180 for a touchdown. 2 touchdowns, I think you got to put him on a ticket. Plus 330 for that, so he's almost like a layup. They're bagged up. I mean, yeah, the San Fran's working with some less than desirable parts. And who knows how they're projected to be good, Dave. But are they really? I mean, they pulled that one out with smoke and mirrors against the Seattle team. We're questioning. I'm not so sure the better team isn't at home in a weird kind of way. And it's shocking to say, but it is only a field goal line.
Right.
They're telling you these teams are, New Orleans should get the field goal for being the home field advantage. They're the 3-point dog, but it's close enough, that they're saying that these teams are. So we shall see. Probably an under game. I don't think you're going to get much prop wise. I mean, something's got to go under. So it might as well be this one with these quarterbacks. Their numbers. Mac Jones, 202.5. Radler, 203.5. Both of their overs are paying plus money for over 1.5 touchdowns. Almost 2-1 for both of them. In fact, Radler's plus 235. Mac Jones plus 190 for 2 touchdowns. 3 is a big payday. 7-1 for Mac. Radler plus 920. I think we avoid that.
Yeah.
And then any low hanger receiver numbers. Juszczyk is off the board, so he might be out now too.
Ooh.
Juwan Jennings is 38.5. Tonjes, who called a ball last week, 16 for the win, 16.5. Maybe that's the angle. Brandon Cooks is at 15.5. Do we have Tonjes alternate numbers? They're leaving him off the board. They do give us Juwan Johnson alternate numbers. And I do like him, but he has to get a lot of yards for just plus 210, 50 yards for Juwan Johnson. So we had him last week, and he scored on our tickets, on our losing tickets. He was part of the winning formula, or not so winning formula, but you got my drift. We needed 4. We needed a 4. He was one of the other 3,
Right.
And 2 touchdowns. Dude, let's throw Jake Tongas at 80-1 for 2 touchdowns. He had the game winner last week, right?
All right.
Why not throw him in the madness? Pearsall's 22-1. McCaffrey's plus 330. That should be the layup. Olave is 22-1. Jennings 35-1. Juwan Johnson 50-1. I mean, Tongas, do we keep him in there? 80-1. Mac Jones has to throw it somewhere.
Right.
I mean, he's got Juwan Jennings, Pearsall, and Tongas.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
And McCaffrey. All right, 80-1. We'll throw him on. This thing is fun. All right, Dave. What do you got here?
Steve, I kept this one here pretty simple. Maybe we're on a upset watch here with the Saints.
Right.
I took McCaffrey receiving yards, 40 plus was a plus number. And then I also took Alvin Kamara for 2 touchdowns today. That's at 6-1. These are probably the main guys figured to get involved. So we're going to play that kind of mainline angle there. And this one really, as you mentioned again, Steve, maybe not get too fancy here. And just go with the guys that we kind of know are going to be used in this game with the personnel injuries and all that stuff that we have going on in this game. So again, Steve, Christian McCaffrey for 40 plus receiving, Alvin Kamara for 2 touchdowns.
All right. I get the Kamara angle for sure. Someone I had last week. I think he probably gets more receiving yards this week than he did. He had 23.5. And he should be around 50, to be honest.
Right.
So maybe I'll throw him on that running back ticket just because we want to have a piece of some stuff. So it'd be like Kamara, Breece Hall, Kyron, and Derrick Henry all receive yards. I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world at the end of the day.
No, not at all.
And maybe just even add in McCaffrey, although he needs like 60 for plus 340. He got there last week. He had 60 in a snap of a finger, but then kind of slowed up.
Right.
So that could come at any time, really. Yeah, I'm just not shocked that this is like a 16-13 game,
Right.
Okay, one more, and then we'll take a break. Patriots at Dolphins, 1 o'clock. This will leave us with 2 more 1 o'clock games, the 3 4 o'clock games, and then we have 3 night games after that. So 8 games left, and I think we can probably wrap it up here in the next hour. Patriots, Dolphins. Dave, this morning I heard, and maybe that's a good thing while I'm working, and then I caught this yesterday's replay of this. Same show I learned about the Cardinals being the top survivor pick. The Dolphins are just down on linemen, too, missing both their whole left side of their offensive line and their right guard. And their secondary is a mess. So I like New England here. Give me the Patriots plus 2.5. And I'm going to take their team points over as well, which is going to be sitting at, and this is a newer play for me. They have not been on my board all week. But when I got that information this morning, I think New England's just going to have the better team. Good story, too, about your guy Butte. Did you know about this, Dave?
No.
He went to LSU, and he got kicked off the team for gambling when he was like 18 or 19, right? Or whatever.
Right.
So he went right to the NFL. And kind of a slow start to his career, but he's made an amends for apparently he's just been working hard. He practices hard, and he was touted to be better than Neighbors. And really, he should just be a rookie this year. Yet here he is now in his 4th year. So that's fascinating.
Right.
Correct?
Absolutely.
All right. So when you look at it from that perspective, I mean, let's jump on some Butte. He is at 50 yards for him. Is that plus 124? I mean, if you want to jack him up to like 70 yards, plus 285. 6-1 is 90 yards or more. I think we throw him on 2 touchdown madness,
Yeah, let's do it.
right? I mean, he sounds like the logical choice here. Drake May, we'll get to 2 touchdowns in a second. And Drake May is someone we can look at for quarterback rushing yards, I think, today as well. He is at 23.5. Tua is at 2.5. Tua does not need to be running, correct?
Yeah, don't run to it.
Drake May for 40 yards is plus 310, plus 580 for 50 yards. So that's interesting. Travion Henderson could have a day today, to be honest. His rushing yards, 50 yards for him, is at plus 182. Achane for 70 yards is plus 124. And then the low hanger receivers in this game, Malik Washington for the Dolphins, 23.5. Hunter Henry's 36.5. DeMario Douglas seems to get his 28.5. Travion Henderson, 17.5. Probably too low there. So if you want to put him on your Derrick Henry, Kyron, Brees Hall, Alvin Kamara ticket, I think you can for Travion Henderson, all for their alternate receive yards. So those 5 make up a nice ticket today. And Kayshon Boutte is at 42.5. Tyreek Hill, 64.5. Diggs, 43.5. Waddle, 50.5. And it's clear cut. Boutte's the number 1 option, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So for 1 touchdown today, he's plus 300. DeMario Douglas is plus 400. Ollie Gordon is plus 300, 330. Drake May plus 370. Hunter Henry plus 280. Diggs plus 250. Ramondre is 2-1. Travion Henderson plus 185. Tyreek Hill plus 145. Devin Achane minus 160. 2 touchdown scorers. Man, the M must really have been celebrating that
No doubt.
Christopher Bell winning ticket last night. It is Thursday ticket. He's having a good week. So we might have to catch up with him next program. We'll see if he emerges before noon. Let's see. 2 touchdowns. Tyreek 11-1. Achane plus 550. I had all the Dolphins last week. I can't do it again this week. Henderson 15-1 is interesting. Ramondre Stevens 16-1. Waddle 19-1, all for 2 touchdowns. Diggs 25-1. Henry 27-1. Kayshon Boutte 30-1. So let's put him on our touchdown madness, Dave.
All right.
And we are rolling on that pretty good. We might actually have to stop it. We'll let it go a little bit more. Actually, let's see. We're getting some obscene payouts here. Will they let us do a 4-game parlay? They will not. The max we can do is a 3-game parlay right now. And our average payout, if we get any 3 of these, Dave.
All right.
What do you think the average payout is if we have 83 of these to get 2 touchdowns? Judy, Nakua, Zacchaeus, Jameson Williams. Now, Zacchaeus and Williams can't get it together because they're in the same game.
Right.
We'd have to plug this in on another ticket separately. So any combination of Zacchaeus or Williams, and then Judy, Nakua, Keon Coleman, Tolbert, Jake Tungus, and Kayshon Boutte. The Boutte to the tongue, Dave. Parlay today. How about that?
All right.
What do you think the average payout is for 10 cents, which is a $5 bet?
Oh, Steve. 8 to 12 grand?
It is
probably more.
It is every bit of. No, you're right. You're a little high. About $7,000.
Okay, all right.
But that's great, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, if we jack it up a little bit more, the 15-cent parlays, which makes it $7.50. Now we're talking more like 10 grand for an extra 5 cents for an extra $3,000.
That's the play right there.
So yeah, that's the add-on factor right there. And for any 2 of them, is going to be like $300 on the average if we do 15 cents. And that's going to be a total bet of about $10 overall. All right, let's see if we can add one more without messing this up. But Butte is locked in. We're going to have to do the Butte to the tongue.
Yep.
Double dip parlay by itself, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to play the Pie Tasters one more time. I'm going to get my water, and we'll come close out the rest of the program. We are almost done with the 1 p.m. slate. I am Stephen Murray, Dave Metzger sitting alongside. This is the Round Robin. You're on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, live from our studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Don't go anywhere. More to come very shortly. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, the round robin is back. Good morning. I think we got some good plays going, Dave, so far.
I think so.
All right, let's see what else we can find on the list. As the house band, the Pie Tasters, brings us back in from our final break, we'll wrap up the slate of games. All right, let's not make sure we skipped anything. Cleveland, Baltimore, we're good.
Yep.
Rams, Titans, we're good. Bears, Lions, good. Bills, Jets, good. Giants, Cowboys, good. 49ers, Saints, good.
Yep.
Patriots and Miami, good. Okay, I did not skip Seattle and Pittsburgh. We'll do that game now. -3 for the Steelers. 40.5 is the total in this game. I'm just going to continue my preseason fade of Seattle. Why not Aaron Rodgers have a good start? I said it last week, and I'm going to stick with it. It worked last week. Let's not try to fix what's not broke yet, people. And that is the hatred of Aaron Rodgers that happens across this country. He got his 3 touchdowns, or did he even get 4 last week? I forget what he had, but he's plus money for 2 today, and he's plus 470 for 3. And if you don't think, I haven't heard this angle all week, Dave, to be honest, and I'm not sure why. And this is all the people who hate parlays, say they never win. But I mean, we've proven the fact that you can, put down $10 and win 2,000, and then win well within those 200 next opportunities. So why not stick to what we got? Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdowns is at plus 490. And if you don't think, again, we haven't heard this angle all week, that DK Metcalf doesn't want to stuff it down his ex-teammates' throats. I mean, you don't know this guy well. So it's the lethal combination of Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf that will be potent for a couple of scores today and moving the ball between the 20s. Look for my man Calvin Austin III, right?
Right.
You can throw him on that random wide receiver list we have going with Zacchaeus, Tolbert, Butte, right? All guys with lower numbers that you can probably pump up and maybe get a good payout with. today. You're getting some low-hanging receive numbers in this game. Charbonnet's 9.5. AJ Barner, the tight end out of Seattle, he's been on my watchdog list. I just can't trust Sam Darnold, Dave, at the end of the day.
Right.
Jalen Warren, your guy last week, 14.5. He did good last week. Kenneth Walker the third, 13.5. I mean, all these seem low to me. Jonnu Smith, 29.5. Calvin Austin the third, low. Cooper Kupp is at 31.5. Oh, how mighty have fallen with Cooper Kupp. DK Metcalf, 66.5. Not enough. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, 70.5 for him. The rushing props, Walker the third, 46.5. 48.5 for Jalen Warren. I mean, all these guys have mediocre numbers. Sam Darnold, 9.5. I don't think I want Darnold running the ball for me today.
I did put him on the interception list.
That's a good one. Yes. Yes, let's throw Darnold on the interception list. That's the play of the game, Dave, to me. This has 24-3 written all over it. And the Steelers win. A couple touchdowns for DK. And my man Calvin Austin, the third, moves it between the pikes. You know what? And Rodgers gets that third touchdown to someone else. 31-10, maybe even, Dave.
Right.
I mean, the Steelers team point total over, I think, is a fair one. Let's see what it is. I know I had it like when I was playing around, I lowballed some teams, and I made them like over 16.5, and they were at minus money, but it wasn't super crazy. I mean, it's like minus 290 or something, but you'd be amazed how much that raises your parlay, only for the Steelers just to get to 17 points.
Right.
What you figure is a layup. I mean, they got to get that against Seattle, right?
Yeah. You would think. I mean, come on.
Right. So I'm still looking at, if I'm fooling around, guys, it's because they moved everything around on the sports book. So trying to find the Steelers team total over isn't where it used to be. And the next place you look is at the bottom of the screen. Okay. So you got to do some scrolling and soul searching. But 22.5 for Pittsburgh. Okay. So that's up there, but I think they get that. I think they get 24 anyway. I want to get super crazy on their over. I just don't have any confidence in Seattle scoring either. So let's lay less than the field goal and, alternate spread wise, which we haven't talked much about these today. But this applies for everybody. I mean, honestly, Rams, Lions, Cowboys. Okay. For the Steelers at minus 12.5 is at plus 300 today. Some of these teams that if you feel good about the favorites, the Johnny Square Pig plays, then go ahead and blow some of these numbers up. Because, again, if it's a bloodbath for the sports book and just a layup, easy day of gambling, you're going to profit off that big time this afternoon. At least I will, the way I have it set up. So to me, Dave, give me the Steelers. I'm on the fade of Seattle until further notice. And I'm going to back Aaron Rodgers in a year where he could, and the Ant-Man of all people, who we just heard from actually, off the air when we were at break. But in all years, Aaron Rodgers, the MVP at 80-1 ticket in hand for the Ant-Man. How about that?
How about that?
So your thoughts here?
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to, again, seems like we're going to be in agreement here quite a bit today. I have the Steelers moved from 3.5. They may have been my 9.5 play. DK Metcalf, the revenge angle has to be in play. I have him for 2 at 11-1. He was, believe it or not, kind of the odd guy in that parlay. Everybody else had a little bit less number to do that, so he kind of really bumped up that ticket there, round robin style, of course. But Steve, yeah, give me the points with the Steelers, Metcalf revenge angle, and then I did take Rodgers for 2. Was a plus number. And I'm gonna leave it there. I think he gets 2.
All right, let's see if we can add DK Metcalf feasibly to this 2 touchdown madness ticket and close it out once and for all. If I throw him on here now. I think that's fair. Now it wants me to verify again, which I already did. Let's just try it one more time. That worked the first time. I know this is a throwing radio, but I want to get these payouts exact if they'll let me do it.
He would probably be a good one to go ahead and round that thing off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like the ringer number 2.
Yeah.
And the players on this list are this as follows. And I might have to do this after the show. Maybe we'll see if it says verify or do it. All right, Jerry Jeudy, 27-1 for 2 touchdowns. Puka Nacua, 10-1. Alameda Zacchaeus, 55-1. Jameson Williams, 20-1. Keon Coleman, 22-1. Jalen Tolbert, 100-1. Jake Tungus, 80-1. Into the Kayshon Butte, 30-1. And to simple-minded and entertained.
Right.
And DK Metcalf, 12-1. It looks like this is a grand total of $15 ticket or so.
Right.
And the payout's about $535,000 altogether. If we hit 2, then we're going to get, on the average, a couple $100. It just depends who it is. The higher odds, the better. And then if we hit 3, now we're looking at about $8,000. Yeah, $7,500 back again. Only because DK Metcalf's kind of a favorite, and that kind of like lowers the Butte entry or the Tungus entry. And that's our ticket. Let's close it out with that. How about that?
I like it.
All right, so Nacua, Zacchaeus, Jameson Williams, Keon Coleman, Jalen Tolbert, Tungus, Butte. Those are your two touchdown madness players. Dave, I'm going to put this on my phone.
All right.
Because that's what they're going to make me do. And I want to wipe the slate clean here. So why don't you go ahead and give us the scoop on this Cincinnati, Jacksonville. Give me your long-winded take. Start spitting out some numbers, and I'll tell you when I'm ready.
Cool. All right. Jacksonville in Cincinnati. We talked about the number earlier here. It is 49.5, so pretty good number there. 3.5 for the Bengals. I like, obviously, there's Chase Brown in there. I threw Travis Etienne for the Jaguars. I think I threw him in there for 2. He's at plus 650. Chase Brown, minus 145 anytime. We'll go ahead and start with that. Chase, right behind him, minus 140. Etienne at a plus 110 number. T. Higgins, there he is a plus 150. Brian Thomas Jr., plus 135. And I think kind of all these guys towards the top of the list, if we're seeing a 49.5 are kind of live for a score here. Travis Hunter at plus 250. Bayshul Tutton, I'm not sure who that is, plus 280.
He's the Virginia Tech running back.
Oh, okay.
We could start to see more of him, to be honest.
All right. Mike Gesicki is an interesting one to me. He is in that tight end ticket of those 4 guys. I believe he rounded that off. I will probably go through that as one of my best bets when we get to that segment there at the end. Again, plus 380 for him. 35-1 if you think he can get it in twice, which is maybe a sneaky kind of play there. Brenton Strange, the loved guy in the studio here, plus 350 for a score. Our guy Isis is at 5-1. 45-1 for him for 2 today. Noah Fant is also at 5-1. My guy De'Ami Brown plus 450, also 45-1 for 2. Trevor Lawrence 5-1. Both defenses 5-1. Joe Burrow plus 850, maybe a little goal line sneak there.
Yeah, he'll do that once in a while.
Once in a while, you know it's coming at some point.
He'll throw it to the tight end, and He
And-
screwed Chase Brown out of 2 last week.
Right. So pretty big numbers there for him. And then you really kind of get there's a Tim Patrick sighting, 13-1 for him.
He's the type of player where, in fact, I'll jot him down to. You got to put him on that random wide receiver.
Some yards.
What do you got for yards? Do you have alternate yards?
Yeah. Let's go to.
That's a good one to throw on to. I'm putting him in the wrong spot, but with Zacchaeus, Tolbert, Boudet, Austin, maybe throw Tim Patrick in there.
Oh, you know what? I don't have him for my yards.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
it makes sense.
It does make sense. Yeah, if you have him and can find that, definitely throw him on there for sure. Let's go back to that. But I don't know, Steve. This is an interesting game to me, actually. Maybe we do see points. I've never been real fond of the Cincinnati defense there. Jacksonville has at least some keys that they can, put up some points. Steve, maybe we see an overplay here, 49.5. That's quite a bit. It's at -105. But I think that's definitely in consideration. So let's go with the passing props here. Joe Burrow, plus 280 or more, plus 105. Trevor Lawrence is 250 or more at plus 102. I think I don't know about that. I would take Joe Burrow's touchdown passes. But even so, you're not really getting great value there. 3 for him today is at plus 155. I don't know. Anytime I see 3 or 4 passing touchdowns, I'd like to get a little bit more value than that.
Joe Burrow, he just won't give it to you like the other guys.
No. So that I would kind of go away from. Receiving props here.
He has the Scotty Scheffler numbers for golf.
Yeah,
Joe
absolutely. Yep, that's a very good way to put it, actually. Yeah, good input there, Steve. Jamar Chase for 90 is at -106. Brian Thomas for 80, plus 113. T. Higgins for 70, -103. So some interesting numbers here up at the top. Travis Hunter for 50, plus 100. Brenton Strange for 40. That could be interesting. -102 for him. Bump him up to 50 for plus 162. De'Ami Brown, I think he at least caught 1 or 2. He didn't score, but he had a couple yards. 40 for him, plus 135. I might give him another chance this week. He didn't do a whole lot, but I'll be the homer on that one. It doesn't take many for him. That's the thing, is it doesn't take many for him to get to that 40 number, plus 135. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, our ticket's ridiculous. I mean, just to be honest.
How did that turn out?
I mean, good. I mean, we can win every bit of $500,000 with it. But even if just with 3 or 4 to hit, I mean, it's a fantastic afternoon.
Right.
Jake Tongas, DK Metcalf, Puka Nacua, Jerry Jeudy, Keyshawn Butte, Jalen Tolbert, Jameson Williams, Alameda Zacchaeus, and Keon Coleman. I mean, that's a fun ticket.
It is.
That's a fun ticket of guys who paying long odds. If we just string 3 or 4 or 5, Dave, we string 5 of them together, we can do this all winter and not do another thing. How about that?
Yeah, how nice would that be?
This is a fun game to me. I'm wary of the 49.5. Why do I think this is like a final of 24-23?
And it probably is.
And a team goes for 2 a couple of times and misses it or something like that.
Right.
Missed extra point somewhere along the line. So I'm wary of that 49.5 in the over and an alternate super over,
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't get too crazy with that.
Like Ole Miss and Arkansas, I had a good feeling that was an over game.
Right.
And you had that on the ticket too, right?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Yeah. And that was a layup. I stretched that to 75. I mean, it's kind of a layup. They tried to slow it down in the second half, but even they couldn't slow it down themselves. I think it's a fun game. Generally a pass. I know Del Grande likes ETN for 2. I think Jamar Chase probably gets off today to have some revenge on what I saw. I got him on a ticket. I'm not going to say revenge, but he just didn't have a good game last week. You expect that to change, right?
Yeah.
And the Jaguars got rid of Bigsby, so that either means more Tootin or more ETN. And if it's going to be a higher scoring game, just give me ETN for the 2 touchdowns as well. Now, I don't know. Anything else on that one from you?
No, I pretty much ETN was my kind of bigger play out of that.
All right, let's get to the later slate. And we will do Denver and Indianapolis first. So Denver's minus 2.5, 43.5. We last saw these teams. Indianapolis played fantastic at home. They were one of the better performances of the week. Really, they scored on every possession. I don't know how you get better than that. And Denver didn't look so hot against Tennessee in their home opener. And now they'll go to the road. The shadows are weird in the stadium. Did you notice that? The shadows?
No.
Yeah. Maybe pay attention to that later and see if they play some sort of a factor. The earlier game, it was like part of it's shadow, and then it gets light, then shadow again.
Right.
And there's a bunch of shadow bars along the way in the sunny part. It was just kind of weird. I was wondering if that had an effect on maybe even the Dolphins for not being familiar with that stadium. So we'll see what Bo Nix and company does here. I always love me some Courtland Sutton. I haven't played anything on the 4 o'clock props.
I haven't either.
I must admit. So this is kind of a first look. I'm going to start from scratch from the 1 o'clock. So I'm either boom or bust on this 1 o'clock slate for the most part. So now we'll start thinking about some stuff for the later slates for me, at least for my own personal greed, to say it like that. And I guess for you too, Dave, if you really don't have too many angles. My general thoughts were that Del Grande says this is an under game. He thinks it's a dead under game. I could see it with the Denver defense, and the Colts defense played well last week in weird shadows. I'll be wary of that, though. I can see it going over. I think there's better plays on the board in this late window, for sure. I mean, I like some other stuff coming up. So these are 2 teams that kind of make me sick to my stomach anyway, as a Patriots fan, right? So I think my best thing to do is to avoid this altogether. I'll give you the numbers. Daniel Jones, 202.5. Bo Nix, 228.5. Both are plus money for over 1.5 touchdown passes. I just don't even want 2 touchdowns from either of them.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I would put them both on the interception list.
Interception list?
Why not?
All right.
Bo Nix and Daniel Jones. So rushing prop wise, Taylor 76.5, Dobbins 47.5. He did get the bulk last week. Harvey 30.5, Bo Nix 19.5, Daniel Jones 28.5. Maybe this is a fun up and down game, and I'm not giving it the credit where credit is due. If that's the case, I'll buy in live, but I don't want any pre-flop positions here. I always love Courtland Sutton at 61.5. He gets fed the ball. So if anything, I'm taking a Courtland touchdown or Courtland Sutton touchdown. In fact, if we start another 2 touchdown ticket, it might as well be with Sutton, to be honest.
Right.
He just always scores. Pittman's 46.5. Tyler Warren, the rookie that Del Grande loves, 44.5 baseline. Josh Downs, 36.5 baseline. And then as far as touchdown scores go, Taylor's obviously your favorite, minus 125. There's Courtland Sutton, plus 168. So I throw him on a single ticket with some guys, another 5-pack of dudes you're likely to score. Courtland Sutton's probably as likely as anybody, to be honest. Dobbins, plus 164. Harvey, plus 250. Pittman, plus 255. 2 touchdown scores. And then I'll get your take, Dave.
All right.
I just don't have much on this.
Yeah. I got one play here, I think.
Okay. Evan Ingram's for 2 touchdowns, 27-1. Pittman, 22-1. Daniel Jones, 25-1. Mims, 35-1. Cortland Sutton, let's go ahead and throw him on there. And I can delete this other ticket. Get out of here. Earlier madness. I'm done with you. Don't want to look at you unless we win. So we'll start Sutton on a new ticket. And maybe your guy, Alec Pierce. Why not we just take 2 just for the heck of it?
All right.
50-1. I know you like Alec Pierce. 50-1. So Sutton and Pierce, and we'll hope for the best on that, Dave. All right. So what do you got?
All right, Steve. Finding it's just a weird feel kind of game to me. I haven't looked at it a whole lot. But Steve, if that's going to be the case, why don't we just kind of keep it simple and similar to what we did earlier with Allen and Fields in the same game parlay for 2 touchdowns. Let's do the same thing here with the top 2 guys. Jonathan Taylor for 2 and Cortland Sutton for 2. You're getting the same payout, 60-1. So maybe a fun way is just to put $10 on this. And if it does go up and down the field, figure these 2 guys are going to have something to say about that. So again, 60-1 for Jonathan Taylor for 2 touchdowns and Cortland Sutton for 2 touchdowns, Steve. I think we just keep it simple, play a little ticket here, and move on.
All right. Just so you know, the Booty Tungus parlay by themselves, 25 cents pays $625.
Really? All right. That's what we'll be rooting for today.
I mean, they're both playing, right?
They are both playing.
On the field.
That is correct.
Okay. And our new 2 touchdown scorer ticket, Sutton and Pierce on here as well. Yeah, a general, if I could say no play, Dave, that's what I would say.
Right,
but
right.
Obviously, we can find a little something. Okay, Carolina and Arizona. This is now up to 7, 44.5. I don't trust Arizona. I did say preseason. I think they're a better team. Does that mean I trust them? No. Because at any time they could go all Arizona on you,
Right.
If you know what I mean. By going all Arizona. They just do Arizona type of things. Maybe that's a bad turnover or whatever the case may be. Finding ways to lose games. But they do have Carolina, and I guess Bryce Young can go on our interception list, Dave.
All right.
Since we do have a nice defense with the Cardinals. I think this is an under game. I'm not interested in any Carolina props after week 1. Some of these teams need to earn it before I start playing anything on their team. I mean, nothing hit for a couple of these teams last week.
Right.
Nothing on my unless it was all unders. And that's Carolina. That's Miami. There's a few of those out there who need to prove it. Trey Benson, loved by Dave Dolgrandy this week, just because he got so many carries last week. Maybe they are trying to put the chill pill on James Conner just a little bit. Touchdown scores for this game, and I got a good one for this. It's not even that unobvious, to be honest. Connor's minus 142, Hubbard plus 114, Harrison plus 154. Trey McBride's going to score today. I think I'm going to say that every week. Play Trey McBride every week. Plus 164, McMillan, the rookie, plus 210 for Carolina. Trey Benson plus 235. Nice payout for 2 touchdowns today. Guys for Carolina like Xavier Leggett 4-1, Kyler Murray plus 230. There's Hunter Renfrow plus 520. Bryce Young will run it in at times plus 560. You got a feel for this, Dave?
Steve, I think the Trey Benson angle with Dave Delgrandy is pretty good. I had him sitting on my bench in fantasy. I have McMillan on my fantasy team as well. He at least acquired, some points to help out winning efforts all across the board there. So he still helped the cause. I think maybe he can get in today plus 205. And maybe, maybe that's a way to play it. You have to play a little bit higher dollar, but let's go with Benson and McMillan in a same game parlay, 10-1.
Okay, there you go. Trey McBride, I'll throw on 2 touchdown madness at 12-1. All right, next game, Eagles and the Chiefs, rematch of the Super Bowl. And it seems like Jalen Hurts always scores. It seems like Saquon Barkley always scores. It seems like the Chiefs have some issues. It seems like Philly has some issues on their defense. I like the over best play of the game in this, Dave, over 46.5. I think both of these teams get there point-wise. Both go over their team totals. Well, there's going to be a lot of scoring. Hurts gets 2. Saquon gets 2. And then it's whoever randomly Mahomes is going to throw it to. I guess it's a free-for-all.
I kind of really is, yeah.
Dave Delgrady says always Mahomes over 1.5. It's hard to make Hurts a quarterback thrower play, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And A.J. Brown left on the sidelines. Now, I have A.J. Brown somewhere for 2 touchdowns. I will say that. His baseline, 73.5. Kelsey, 45.5. Devontae Smith, 60.5. Barkley is low. You put Barkley on your running back receive list today. He had a great game at the Super Bowl receiving against the Chiefs, if you remember.
Right.
We'll see if my man Tyquan Thornton emerges, 31-1 for him. And then touchdowns, Barkley the favorite. That's cheap, -138. Hurts -111. Kelsey +154. Hollywood Brown, he's going to have to carry the weight of that receiving core, +180. Good price on A.J. Brown for a touchdown, 2-1. Pacheco 2-1. Devontae Smith +230. Kareem Hunt +255. My man Tyquan Thornton all the way down to +350. He's a 10-1er. I'd rather have Dotson +870 over Thornton. That's just me.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, what do you like here?
Yeah, Steve, this is kind of we've talked about this game before, it seems like, and I feel like everything has just kind of stayed the same. I like Kareem Hunt on the Chiefs side, +240 for 1, 19 to 1 for 2. I think he probably, I know they have Pacheco, but it always seems like there's Hunt at the goal line, stealing the touchdown away. So give me some Kareem Hunt action there with the Chiefs. And then, Steve, you kind of already said it. It's always kind of the same thing there with the Eagles, Hurts and Barkley, if you want to get your scores there. So everything the same, but give me some Kareem Hunt today.
All right, I'll backpedal and throw Xavier Leggett as a long shot in this. We'll take it just to make it a little more wild that we have with Trey McBride. Let's see. Cortland Sutton, Alec Pierce, Xavier Leggett, and then we need to add a couple from this game. And we'll just kind of stop it at the night game. And we'll hope that they somehow pair back and forth, at least one from each game. And then we'd be in business. That's kind of the strategy here. And give me Jalen Hurts +550 as a ringer. And then let's throw Noah Gray. Big payout for him. We haven't talked about him much. 55-1.
Right.
Noah Gray, throw on some tight end tickets today. No Goddard for the Eagles. Noteworthy there too, right?
I believe so.
All right. I think Philly and the over is the play. Good fun game. Philly squeaks it out in the end, and we go over 46.5. You might have 21-14 at halftime. So you're well on your way.
Right.
All right, night game, Falcons and the Vikings. And we got 10 minutes left until noon. We got 3 night games. Falcons, Vikings. We have Buccaneers, Texans, and the Chargers and the Raiders. And we usually group the night games together. It's kind of harder when you got 3. But, Dave, what are maybe your best plays of these 3?
Of these 3, I love you heard me talking about preseason, and I'm going to skip to the Tampa Bay game for tomorrow. I love, obviously I'm a big Baker fan.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. My focus has been on the 1 o'clock.
Right. I talked about Egbuka and preseason
fair game.
shows.
He's fair game tomorrow night, right?
Oh, absolutely, Steve. I think it's that connection right there. You've got Mike Evans, I get it. Houston, that's a good team, a good defense, But when you just look at the weapons the Buccaneers have, and when they can put it together, man, that's just some guys going out there and having fun.
It's
with
the theme of the week. Unfortunately, just if you look at the tail of the tape next to each other,
right?
Is this better than this?
Right.
Yes. The tight end better than this tight end? Yes.
And
better receiving core than this? Yes.
Right.
I mean, coach is interesting. I don't like both those coaches.
Right.
D'Amico Ryans and our man down there in Tampa Bay has done very, very well for himself. Todd Bowles.
Yep. Plus 114 on the money line for them. I like all kinds of props in that. Go Baker, go Igbuka, Mike Evans to score. Buccaneers on the money line plus 114. Give me the I guess minor upset there.
I like Tampa Bay, so I'll focus on all their props as well. And I am a Houston backer. I do like Houston overall. My man Bucky's money. Let's see, he'll be 9-1 for 2 touchdowns. Igbuka will be 16-1. Cade Otton will be 40-1. Mike Evans will be 10-1. I'd love to put $100 on Igbuka
right
for 2 touchdowns tomorrow. Rashad White 55-1. Be wary of him. His reps are down. And maybe Jaden Higgins gets involved just a little bit more this week. 40-1 for him and the Texans. So Tampa Bay for me there. The Raiders were nice against the Patriots. I just think the Chargers outclass them again a little bit, right?
I agree.
Position by position. And just the Chargers had the best mojo of any team, to me, kind of going. With Harbaugh and that whole dynamic they have there.
Right.
Herbert looked like when you have to have it quarterback, he's going to get it for you. So I'd be wary on taking anything Raiders. That'd be Chargers or nothing for me there. And then tonight, the Falcons and Vikings, I just have a weird feeling this is kind of a letdown type of game. We might have a lot of fun today, and then this one ends up 2017. Because McCarthy and Penix stink it up or something,
Right. I mean, there's some stuff you could probably find. I mean, you guys, like Jefferson and Bijan in this game. So there's firepower.
What's that going to pay? Let's see. 2 touchdowns for Jefferson and Bijan. That's good. Interesting.
Yeah, that would be a fun one.
I mean, you'll get 10 for 400 or so. Right? That's worth a $20 bill.
Yeah, absolutely. I got 30-1.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's about right. Okay. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
But that's fun. I mean, there's a couple different games where you can play that style this week, it feels like.
Right. A close game. I mean,
yes.
I just don't have. If you want me to pick the 3-night games, give me the Chargers and the Buccaneers in a parlay.
Right? Yeah, I like that. Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
I don't want the total scare me, and the sides of the Falcons and the Vikings scare me. Give me the Buccaneers and the Chargers in your $1,000 2-gamer of the week. Right?
Cashing it.
My big Steve lock of the week is this. I will go ahead and let's put in the Rams. Why not? That's the lock of the week. -5.5 over Tennessee. If you need to win 1,000 to get $8,000. Let's cue up the most popular sounder in all the sports as we near the noon hour, 1 hour away from kickoff, Nephew Dave.
Yes, sir.
We fed ourselves breakfast, though. We're good to go.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2. Plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2 traps and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice. Like,
I'm gonna go get the papers.
I just recently watched Goodfellas and Back to School, so it's kind of funny when they say these quotes. Back to School, very underrated, funny movie of yesteryear. Dave, your primary 2 touchdown scorers today.
All right, primary. So this one, we're going to have to get probably 3 of the 4 to get a nice pay. But these guys can certainly do it, Steve. So let's go with James Cook today. Javonte Williams, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, DK Metcalf in the revenge angle, and Chase Brown. If that goes pretty far, the payouts are going to be good. And Steve, I think all those guys are capable of doing that today.
You know my theory. You got to throw some of these long shots in for like 10 cents, 15 cents, and try to get a big payout and then get lucky. But there's plenty of them. I mean, we went through a whole list of them, of guys like Jerry Jeudy and Zacchaeus and all that. So I'll give you the primary guys. I think Lamar's still getting a good price for 2. Be wary for Lamar for 2 today against a good Cleveland line, and maybe even Mark Andrews. I feel like the Andrews game's coming. Might have to wait a week or 2, but the Cleveland defense does fit that profile. Kyron Williams for 2. Did you say him?
Yes.
Yeah, he's on that list, right? Jameson Williams and Montgomery. Dave Delgrande loves as well. Let's see here. I think you got to put Josh Allen as an auto play.
Absolutely.
For now on, I mean, you just have to. I think CeeDee Lamb has a big day today. He gets his 2 as well. McCaffrey is probably a layup for 2 today. Let's see. Someone for the Patriots is due for a 2-game touchdown. Who's it going to be? Maybe the rookie, Henderson. I might have to play him somewhere. Jamar Chase, going to jump on that train as well. Johnny Square peg for me. I mean, my lock of the week for 2 is DK Metcalf against his old team.
Right.
It just is. It just is. And then everything after that, if I feel best about anything, just give me Jalen Hurts for 2 after that. All right, Dave, your plays.
All right, I'm going to go quickly, of course, over these 3 tickets that I have that I think are the best plays. We're going to climb the ladder here. We'll start out. I know he didn't do it, but it's going to have to come at some point. Cam Ward for 15-plus rushing yards. This is the QB rushing ticket. Bryce Young for 25. So we're climbing. Caleb Williams for 40-plus. And then we'll round that off with Lamar Jackson for 50-plus. Just a fun little $10 ticket there, netting almost 500. So just a little something to play with there. Then we're going to go with the receiving ticket, which is a same game X here, as they call it. We're going to go with Kayshon Boutte today for 60 in a score. We're going to go with Puka Nacua for 90 in a score. And we're going to go with CeeDee Lamb. I'm expecting him to have a nice day today for 100 in a score. Steve, and then lastly, we'll round it off with the tight end touchdown ticket that I talked about earlier, and that is Jake Ferguson, Mark Andrews, Mike Gesicki, and Sam Laporta, all for a score today.
All right. I need to get up on single touchdown scores for sure. I'll give you my blowouts of the day. I think we can see a few of them. I like the Lions. I like the over. I like the Rams. You can move all these lines to 12.5 if you want. I like the Bills team points over. I like the Cowboys on the spread and alt spread. I'm going to take my Patriots to win in Miami. Again, the Rams are the lock of the day. I'm going to take the Steelers. I think they can win convincingly at home. And I like the over in the Chiefs-Eagles game the most. If you got to twist my hand Monday night, Chargers and Buccaneers for those sides. And I'll give you a few unders if you want to just stick to the week 2 under motif. I mean, I think the obvious ones are Arizona, Carolina, Seattle, San Francisco, New Orleans, and the Rams and the Titans, I think all go under the total. Carolina and the Falcons. I'm sorry, that's next week. Carolina and the Cardinals. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Do your Carolina Falcons prep, Dave. First thing tonight.
All right.
Once these games end. At 11 o'clock, I want you studying on that game for this show. So there's 4 unders for you if you want to take that route. If you want to go just super trifecta over, I'll just go 2. Go Bears and the Lions game over, and the Bills and the Jets. Over. But do both of those overs and the Steelers and the 3-gamer. In fact, that's probably what I'll do. Again, adding on to my tickets when I get off the air here. All right, Dave. A lot of fun, man.
Yes, sir.
That'll do it for week 2. Let's get you out of here. You got 1 hour to kick off. No need to listen to us anymore. I'm sure we left some things out, but we did the best that we could. And we knocked out, I think, some pretty good plays. I mean, we have enough. I can't say that I don't have tickets.
Oh, we got plenty of tickets. A couple more to come, it seems like, too. We got some notes here.
Week 3 will be interesting. They're going to remodel the bathroom and the studio, and I have my niece's wedding to go to. So hopefully the studio is still alive come 7 o'clock Eastern next Sunday morning. We'll hope for the best on that regard. Otherwise, we'll be firing up the mobile studio and ad-libbing from the Virginia Beach oceanfront somewhere. All right, guys, good luck on your tickets. Have fun. Be safe.